Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 836. This will be a good episode for you guys tonight. I got a lot of respect for this dude, 100%. If you live in Michigan, in particular Genesee County, hopefully you've either been in this man's grocery store or at one of his events or heard his voice on one of the radio commercials across the ways. I got a lot of respect for you, Mr. Buddy Dalton. Cannabis activist, amongst other things, grocery store owner, all around great guy. Buddy, how you doing tonight? You want to tell everybody how you're doing and where they can find you?
Ooh, what's up, family? I'm Buddy Dalton. Well, typically you can find me hiding out right here. Good old Clio Cultivation. It says down there 2010, you know. So yeah, we're hiding out at Clio, but we get around, man. I'm all over the place. I try to get out and about and visit different cities and different concerts and things like that. But typically, pretty much for the last 13 and a half years, I just hide out and help growers be the best they can be at the grow shop, you know.
Right on. Well,
Yeah, welcome everybody. Thanks a lot for having me, Eagle Gardens. I appreciate this opportunity.
oh man, this is going to be a good episode because a lot of people that watch this show have pilgrimed, took a pilgrimage to Cloud to come to one of your events. 100%. I know for a fact that there's been people from all across the U.S. that has come to pop in and hang out at a Cloud cultivation event, and that's super cool. It's been everybody. There's never been an ill word said about a Clio cultivation event. You know, it's always very opening and welcoming, great people, great music. This last year was an uh, amazing event, awesome music from start to finish. And a lot of people, thank you for that, man, and that experience. It is one of the cannabis communities, at least that I know, favorites events. And, we appreciate it. 100%.
Not a problem. Not a problem. I love doing it. The heart and soul of that event is just a way to say thank you. I mean, let's be honest. It's a true honor and a privilege to have a business in America at all that we get to have businesses. Then you add on top of that, we're in cannabis industry and that we're helping people that might not have been growers learn how to cultivate. What That's a magical sensation. And then there's experts that we just get to kind of have like-minded conversations throughout the day. So it's been nothing less than a true privilege to be in the industry, and that's kind of where it all started. Was just being humble and being thankful. And I like to go to music festivals, so I thought, well, a lot of these growers, they say they can't take time off. They can't go to the movies hardly. They can't go, out with their friends. A lot of times they were just busy growing. You know how that is. It just takes over sometimes. So I thought, let's say thanks to the community and let's have a music festival to kind of show them the joy of relaxing and just being with amongst friends and meeting new friends and maybe finding a caregiver or finding that new strain or hey, listen to this band, I never heard that song before. It just kind of brings a lot of things together for all of us to stop and celebrate once a year.
Again, thank you for that.
Yeah, and
So,
also it's our anniversary. I figure it's kind of like my child. If you think about it, your business is going to be like a baby, right? It's going to be like a family member at first. So you just come to adore it. So I like to say happy birthday to the business as kind of a way to celebrate each year as it turns another year older.
and that's one thing, outside of a lot of thank yous you'll get from me tonight. That's another one for keeping the doors open for the cannabis community, the grow community. Legal cannabis has put a huge dent in cultivation, and it's been hard for a lot of stores to keep their doors open. And again, thank you for keeping your doors open. And not only that, fighting to keep, growing legal in Michigan and being such an advocate for keeping the ability to grow in your area alive because they have threatened to take it away many a times in your area. But you've been quick to be there to be no, to bring some awareness to that all. So I got a lot of respect for you, brother, in a lot of ways.
Well, when you're committed to something as important as having your own medicine, and let's be honest, this is a medicinal plant if you look at it that way, you're going to do what's right in that case. So when it came time for me to speak up, they came to my backyard. I didn't bring a fight to them. I've been peacefully, quietly growing in my home for since 2010. And I found a strain called Northern Lights #5. We can talk about that. It just really helps me with my asthma, and it helps me with my attitude, and it helps me with my outlook on life, and it helps me be very kind in business instead of being greedy, and it helps me to enjoy food and music and my relationships and my being a dad. I mean, you could just name anything that it's beneficial. You know how cannabis helps you, but that one strain, it brought it all together for me because it taught me how to really appreciate getting a cutting and not being able to lose it, or you just can't go find that. It's kind of hard to find that one. So because of my love of that strain, and because of my love of cultivating, I have chosen not to sacrifice along the way, and I've learned how to grow organic, which is really easier to grow organic when you leave it up to Mother Nature. You just kind of I use M3 soil and pure water and just a very few inputs. I want people to know so much how uh, it's easier for us to grow now. I put everything on a table up front. So anytime you stop by Cloud Cultivation, just glance over to your left when you walk in the door, and you'll see all the simple nutrients in the RO machine and the dirt, and like that's it. It's not a very complicated way to grow. So it's been a very interesting adventure to want to have good quality cannabis for myself. That was the idea beginning the store was, hey, everybody gets to grow. And we didn't know what was going to happen with recreational. I just thought it meant all the caregivers were going to be able to grow for more patients. Is what I saw it as. We were going to own our own dispensaries and have it that way. But instead, there was another plan, and I wasn't involved with the planning on that one. So I kind of got caught blindsided. We've been in such a microcosm there at the store. I don't always know what's going on around us. It's hard to see the entire state of Michigan. And so, we've been holding the line. We still got growers, but yeah, I feel bad for the growers that just couldn't continue on. If you're listening to this show and you were a grower, or you came to our store and you're not a grower now, but you want to become one still, and be one again, we're open for you. That's why we stay open, is we want you to come back into the fold, and we want you to tell your friends that there is a better quality cannabis out there than what they can find at their local dispensary. You know.
I agree 100%. I just think that the cannabis, as we cultivate it, kind of knows what we need. You know what I mean? It's producing our medicine by the vibe we put out 100%.
Yeah, when you find a strain that works for you, it's like magic, and to depend on other people to cultivate it the way you would, it's probably not going to happen. That's a very rare instance, right? That somebody's going to care about that plant like you would if it were for your medicinal value. So, we encourage everyone to kind of strain hunt and seek out all these new beautiful strains to find one that really might help you in more ways than one. It could be just a backache, or a stomach problem, or just being nervous. Sometimes strains will calm you down, or maybe you're lazy and you need to get some sativa in your life. There's even strains that help you be more productive, believe it or not. So we're not really trying to educate on that level. We just want you to be able to cultivate, and then you can take it from there. We just that's where our education begins and ends, is more or less taking the earth-based minerals that we have here on Earth, instead of trying to act like we're smarter than Mother Nature, and let's put those into the real practice. And what you end up with is a higher quality cannabis of that same strain. Believe it or not, isn't that interesting? You can take a cutting or a seed and grow it better than, say, 95% of other ways of growing. So I'm open-minded. We have a whole store of nutrients, and that's fine. But the ones that are more natural, using raw materials that are earth-based, seems like the cannabis is just night and day difference. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say what's out there. I don't go to dispensaries, Eagle. I don't know what's out there, man. I mean, it's hard to say, but the stuff I've seen, it just ends up kind of being disgusting. I've never really seen a good, flavorful, exciting flower coming out of a dispensary yet. So whatever the reason is, they just cultivate in a different way. They have huge facilities, and they have to be about production and numbers. And I understand that. It's more about economics. But when you remove economics, I think that's where the magic lies.
I completely agree. I'm a firm believer that cultivation on itself is every bit of a healing uh, medicine as the cannabis itself is. So I'm a firm believer in just the cultivation side of things being a medicine on its own right. To be honest.
I mean, isn't it's pretty cool that we can even do this, that we can talk about it, that we can be our own grower. I think a lot of people, when they heard recreational, they went out and just started buying weed because it was available, and they forgot that they can actually take home a pack of seeds or get a cutting from a known good grower and actually be able to cultivate your own. So if you're out there and you like cannabis, that's awesome. I want you to think about becoming a grower. So if you're not right by the grow store, just go to our website, cloudcultivation.com. It's got about 5,000 SKUs, and you can just browse there and you see the material is readily available and it's not that expensive, so we can help you get set up for a few $100s, to be honest, and you'll be well on your way. And then, with a 680-watt light, you can cultivate and yield up to about a pound and a half to 2 pounds per light. And, it only costs $40-50 a month to operate it. So you can do the math. You could grow once or twice a year and have a whole year's supply. It's pretty amazing. And yeah, it sucks. Electricity is expensive. My little grow costs $700-800 a month, and it's just a small little 4 light grow. So, you can imagine the thousands of dollars a month it could cost for a caregiver running 72 plants. When the price per pound falls down to less than $1,000, obviously, it's going to make it nearly impossible to pay your power bill sometimes. So you got to have love for it, right? I mean, it's just like a hobby, I guess. You want to look at it that way. You start out just kind of as a hobby. Next thing you know, you're pretty good at it. And I'm not going to say anybody becomes a master, because in order to be a master gardener, do you know what that means? I kind of looked into what the definition was before. It kind of was pretty funny. It means, to be honest, you have to know every single plant scientific name, and you have to be able to pronounce those long words, and you have to understand all their tendencies. So I'll never call myself a master. I'm just a grower. I'm just happy to be a grower, trying to know about cannabis. Honestly, I kill house plants. I mean, I probably forget to water them. I just not really like. I could take care of them. I could be a good grower, but I think it's more about picking the type of plant you want to grow, becoming good at that. So yeah, I chose the cannabis plant back in 1992 at the Cloud High School. I decided to skip class and go hang out with my friends. And I'm not telling kids to skip school, but that's just kind of what we did. Was we would rather go to, listen to Pantera and smoke with our friends than go to class sometimes. And I did end up graduating, Eagle. I'm not saying don't go to school, but I'm just saying that was kind of how I discovered it. Was everybody had a joint, and we'd like, okay, let's go teepee burn. Remember that, guys? Roll your windows up and we'll all smoke a joint at lunchtime. We would go back to class, but school was a lot different back in the 90s. I tell you, they would let you get away with whatever you wanted pretty much, as long as you went to class. So we had a good time in high school. Did you guys do that at your school?
Oh,
Skip and smoke out with the windows up, listen to
oh,
Pantera?
definitely. Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of, knowing how bad we can smell after smoking these days. It's a miracle we did get away with it because we weren't too hip or savvy to, like spraying ourselves off and all that before we went back to class.
Did you ever have your teacher call you out? I mean, let's put it this way. I made Mrs. Snyder cry, and I didn't even know it was going to happen. I was just sitting in class innocently, and she started crying, right? And this is like probably 10th grade. She started, I'm 16 years young. She started saying, "Oh, somebody really smells terrible." And everybody started laughing. They look at me and laugh, and they knew it was me. Nobody ratted me out. We just sat there quiet, but yeah, it was pretty bad. And I was unaware. I really didn't notice it. Like you said, I just thought it was normal, I guess. Me and my friends, we didn't really seem to mind. It's always been a part of my life. Isn't that funny? I mean, since I was a teenager. And you know what else is crazy about my journey with cannabis? Nobody I knew even was into it. Not my family, hardly any of my friends. I ended up, meeting some older kids, obviously, and really looking up to them and, sharing it with them. But it wasn't like real popular in my grade, and when obviously in middle school it wasn't really around too much. So it was just kind of an interesting thing that out of all my family members, I think I was one of the first of my kind. At least I was one of the first brave ones to talk about it. They didn't want to say anything, obviously, if they did do it. But it's just been around. I mean, so I started when I was 14, pretty much every day. I just turned 46, Eagle. And so 32 years I've been practicing the use of cannabis, and it's only made me, like I said, I think a better person in general, just overall. I don't really think it's hurt me too much, necessarily. I mean, let's put it this way. People say it makes you lazy. I don't think it makes you lazy. It's just cannabis helps if you're if you have a tendency to be lazy. It's kind of fun to sit around and smoke. But you know a bunch of productive stoners too. I'm one of them. I couldn't hardly sit around. I'd have to do something, man. I'd have to go canoeing, or I don't know, ride a bicycle, or play some music or something. I don't think I would just ever be good at just sitting there staring at a wall. So life is meant to be enjoyed. That's what it does for me. Is it helps me to enjoy every aspect and every moment of my life. Hey, have you ever been discriminated? Have you ever felt like the brunt of cannabis discrimination before?
Oh yeah. Oh
Man,
yeah.
that happened to me. That happened to me today. Uh, you know, Somewhat. I have a new business, and in that new business, they found out that I'm the owner of a cultivation store, and kind of judged me in a way about it, and said that they didn't want to be involved with my new business because of it. It's like, well, I understand. I respect I respect what your idea is, but I don't really understand it. And it kind of went into what's happening all the way up from 1992 up till today. You know what I mean? Like we've been out here trying to gain respect and prove ourselves since then, and still you've got that 37% of people that just will never change their mind no matter what. So it's a little bit disheartening, but I don't take it personally because it could be any of us that they disrespected like that. So and I gave them the opportunity to disrespect me. I mean, I was trying to do business with somebody outside of our community, so you kind of take that risk, don't you? But if you're not in an uncomfortable zone in your life, you're probably should change what you're doing. It's okay to be uncomfortable and try new things. So I didn't get that one, but the next one tomorrow morning at 1:30, I got to talk to a gentleman who actually knows about what I do, and he's fine with it. He's actually proud that I've made it this far, and he's looking to get a huge system at his business, so for solar panels. So, you know, things just constantly evolve. I don't know the future is going to hold, but I know that I love what we've done so far, and I'm proud. I am proud of what we accomplished in our cultivation business. That's for damn sure.
That is completely heartbreaking, to be honest with you, to hear that. Uh, yeah, to think that the stigma is still that deep here in Michigan is disheartening. But to hear that something that you've helped so many people, with the cultivation side of things, and that in itself, I would think would be a very gratifying effort in life. But it's just sad that we're in a state that something, an endeavor like that, people don't see it the same. You know what I mean? That they don't see the value in what you've done. You know what I mean? Over the years, that's super
Well, he
sad.
never met me. He didn't know anybody like us. So imagine, you know what I mean? This whole 16 years since we've had medical, just imagine meeting someone who never met a medical caregiver or a grower at all. It just had us nothing but 60 years of stigma in his head, right? So then just to meet me all at once and for me to explain, well, sir, I sell dirt light bulbs. I help people cultivate. You're a farmer. You would understand that. Well, oh, it's marijuana, he says. It's like, well, yeah, but it's growing. It's a peaceful plant. I mean, my plants are so peaceful. Like you said, just going to your garden is healing. You know what I mean? Just being down there makes you feel good in general. and you know you're doing the right thing when you're growing your plants, giving them that love, and they respond. And they're living creatures, you guys. I mean, come on, they they grow and flower in a matter of 3 months from seed to a jar. What amazing! When I had a mentor, Katie, by the way, from Hydro Farm back in 2010, she came up from Pennsylvania. She's retired now. She said that cannabis was God's gift. That's what she called it. Can you believe that? That was such a trip. I've always thought about that. I mean, where did it come from? I mean, I don't know. Have you ever asked anybody on your 800 episodes of all your Eagle Garden shows? You guys talk about that, right? Like, where the hell did cannabis come from, anyways, man?
There's a lot of speculation about that, but no, it's not actually. And we've never really had a forum. Like, where do you think it came from? Oddly enough, it
That's
is
a
a
good
gift
one.
from.
That'd be a good topic for one of your shows.
It would be.
Some people say aliens. Some people say aliens brought it here, which is not too far fetched. I mean, I don't know. It's just interesting to think about it that it reiterates like that. You can take a cutting off a plant and grow it. And when I first started growing, I was tripped about that too. Like, I didn't understand growing, but I wanted to know. And all these people are asking me if I wanted to buy some clones. And I'm like, the hell is a clone? Like, what are you talking about? What does that mean? I had to have somebody at the Genesee County Compassion Club sit me down and explain it, how it works. Like, and I was, are you kidding? No, come on. You can cut a part of your plant and grow it, and that's it. Yeah, dude, you didn't know? Nobody told you? I'm like, no. Since I was a kid, I thought weed come out of a baggie, you guys. I just saw weed in a baggie my whole life. I didn't cultivate it. And once I got into my first business, was selling dish systems. I was an owner of a dish business. I didn't want to, get in trouble. It was back when it was illegal, so I never really grew. I kind of knew it was a plant. Obviously, I would sit and draw pot leaves all day in school. We knew it was a plant, but just seeing it coming out of a plastic bag your whole life, you didn't really connect it how it was so simple to cultivate, you know. So another funny fact about me is, this is kind of funny. When we started the grow store, as my wife and I, back then we were just boyfriend and girlfriend, and we just met a year prior. Well, I didn't know how to grow. I literally just wanted to know. And I knew that if I was nice to everybody and I knew I had good customer service and I would give them, good prices, they would probably talk to me more than just a random purchase. And, we could become friends, and they would teach me everything they knew. So the knowledge that I have literally came from the cannabis community, the growers that were growing before legalization, and those who had had it passed down from their family members and their friends over time. So I immediately gained a lot of knowledge from that, just from sitting at the store and even smoking inside the store. Since 2010, my doctor told me that if I have a medical marijuana card, that it's legal for me, get this, to smoke inside of my own business. And I said, well, sir, that sounds kind of risky. It's open to the public. What should I do if someone complains? And he said, you can politely tell them to leave. What? I have the legal right? He said, yes, buddy. You just told me you have asthma, and that if this strain helps you, wouldn't you rather breathe than appease, the customers? Wow, that is so profound. That is so powerful. That medical card, going from illegal to being able to smoke it inside your store all day. Like, what? That was unbelievable, Eagle. I don't know if you came in back then, but that was like, for the first 3 or 4 years, from 2010 to 2014, we celebrated that fact, and we still do, obviously. But it was just so new. We were so happy to be able to sit there and smoke all we wanted. And then, of course, everybody started growing, so it became like a little competition. Who can grow the best? And so everybody would come up, and we would literally smoke all day from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the store. It was the best time of my life, man. I would love to go back there and just sit at that little 500 square foot store and smoke out with all my friends again. What a blast.
Yeah, the cowboy days were amazing then. 2008, 2010 were definitely some crazy cowboy days in cannabis. That would have been scared as hell to sit there and smoked in that store. Most of the fucking grow stores around, most of them didn't even want you to talk about cannabis still at that phase. You know what I mean? I
Cracking me up.
I sold seeds for TGA for a long time. And when I
Yep.
would go into stores and try to get them to shelf, seeds and stuff like that, they again, they weren't like, yeah, no, they were like, yeah, no, you're gonna get us fucking in trouble, man. They weren't, not ballsy enough to be, smoking and stuff like that. That's pretty wild.
I mean, I believe in the universe, I believe in like energy and vibrations and like, I don't know about telepathy, but let's be honest. I mean, the human mind is extremely powerful. So whatever you put out there, you're probably going to get it, like whatever your thoughts are. So because I was just so enamored with cannabis and because I believed in it since I was 14. By then I'm, in my 30s. Obviously, half my life I had been around it, so it was already normalized. Once I got my card, do you remember that? That first day you got that card in the mail, I felt like it was like a shield, a badge of honor. I don't know what you want to say, like, almost like how a police officer must feel when they get that badge put on them. Like I was indoctrined into the cannabis community, and I wanted to be a part of it, and I was just happy to be a part of it. So right then and there, I didn't want to cast any negativity towards it. So I felt like if you hide it in the shadows and you go outside or whatever, try to hide it, well, that would actually be acting like you're doing something wrong. So because I never really felt like it was wrong, it always felt good to me ever since I was, exposed to it at 14. I never felt like it was wrong. I just felt bad because the first 14 years I never knew about it. So once I discovered it, it was, just normal. And I wasn't ever going to allow to behave in a way that made it seem like I personally felt it was a bad thing. So just by trying to, you know, enjoy it whenever I wanted to, I guess that's kind of the idea behind growing, isn't it? You can have your own cannabis and you don't have to feel like it's so expensive that you have to, you know, just puff a one puff or something and save the rest. Like you don't have to do that. So when you can indulge to the fullest, what happens is you begin to explore and you find out that there's actually thousands and thousands of strains out there. That part of it I never could understand either. Isn't that unreal? Like when you become a grower, you're like, oh man, what am I gonna grow? Such a decision. There's so many strains. How am I gonna ever decide what I'm gonna grow? It's been wild. And then if you worry about what other people want, that becomes a problem because you might not be satisfied with it and you're growing for the wrong reasons. Oh, well, so and so said I should, or blah 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 likes this strain. That's okay, but at the end of the day, are you really going to put the same effort as if you like it and if you're in love with it? So I never had to grow for the money because we were so busy at the grow store. I decided let's just sell dirt and light bulbs and nutrients, and then you know when we grow, we get to just grow for the passion and the quality. And I wasn't the best grower. I'll be honest with you. I've killed plants. I've had every disease. I've had almost every bug, besides broad mites and a couple of things I don't think I had yet. But I pretty much had all the pests from. And you know where I got? Guess where I got all my problems from? By the way,
Where people bring
the community, my friends, the ones that had the strains. Oh, that strawberry. Blah blah blah, or that OG da da da. It's like, oh, I want that, and then you get a clone, but you also get bugs, past mold, mildew, and you get old genetics. So that's the reason why we started selling seeds a long time ago, but we started selling delicious seeds, and now we sell tiki seeds. So we only sell a couple lines, and the reason is those are the ones that people weren't complaining about that they weren't popping or they weren't getting hermaphrodites or whatever. They were just good genetics overall. I'm not saying they're the best, but in the world, they were just good, stable, quality genetics. And my friend Mike started traveling over to Spain. He met the owners over there and he formed a relationship with them. And next thing you know, he could get us all these different strains. And yeah, that's been a really popular line. Still to this day, we carry delicious seeds. And then when we get those tiki exotics in, like right now is the seed time, the year where everybody's buying them. and it's exciting to be in that part of the industry. A very small percentage of our store, obviously, people, would just have their own plants. I mean, not everybody buys seeds. That's a grower, but it's interesting to learn about. And then breeders are always taking best strains and making new ones. And it's just kind of never ending with the genetics, isn't it?
That's kind of the beauty of the never ending genetics there. Uh, you could keep popping. You know what I mean? So many strains out there. I mean, you're bound to find something that is the key for your illness, or just your fun.
Well, that's the thing is, I mean, there's probably I'm on a quest for my whole life, I guess. I mean, I want to find that one strain, like that is fights off bugs, fights off mold, huge nugs, easy to grow, 7-8 week flower time, real quick veg, clones in a 4 to 7 days, gets roots and clone. No, not really many leaves to trim off. And then of course, ultimately the one that, you can't get enough of, or your friends, or, your patients. So, and then I guess ultimately too, that it's going to last a lifetime. Some genetics are so strong, Eagle, they continue, and they will continue. For example, that Northern Lights, that thing is strong. It's still growing perfectly fine. The leaves are green. It doesn't get bugs. It's not attracting mold. We run a real clean room. We run organic, but just having that strain that's 40, I know the strain I have is 40 years old at least, probably older, and it still continues to give off healthy cuttings, and it's still medicinal. Okay, put it to you this way: that Northern Lights. If you ask me, what strain would you want to grow or have if there was only one, like you could only pick one? You have 10 seconds to answer that question. I would start cracking up and tell you that I have 9 extra seconds, because the answer is going to be Northern Lights number 5, sir. It's such a clear answer for me. And the thing is, too, I like growing other plants. I like growing a devil driver. I like growing apples and bananas. Man, that's some good stuff, too. I like right now, Tropicana Rumps has been pretty good for me. But at the end of the day, if I'm smoking, it's going to be Northern Lights. Gets me ready to smoke, believe it or not, opens my lungs, just kind of sets the tone. And then from there, and I've been noticing too, this is kind of funny. I carry 2 bowls around like everywhere I go. One for Northern Lights and one for whatever else I'm smoking at that time.
Kind of funny all in itself. Like, you don't even want to taint the resin in the pipe
No,
from.
no, I try to keep, well, because 1 or 2 hits is like an inhaler for me. Since I was 7 years old, my mom, took me to the doctor. I was having trouble breathing. And what was the answer? Drugs, you guys. Very dangerous prescription drugs. Those inhalers seem innocent because they work, and you just go. It's so innocent, right? That's not good for you. It's very bad. You get hypertension and you get high blood pressure. It can make you sick, and using those inhalers for a lifetime can actually kill you. Believe it or not. So, and I never thought I was going to get off of it my whole life until I was 31. I took that stuff like a lot. Like you get dependent on that. Because what happens, it opens your lungs for about couple hours, so you feel a false sense of breathing, if that makes sense. And then once it goes back away, you're not breathing like a normal person. You're breathing like somebody who took drugs, who their body is going through a withdrawal and needs more of those drugs. And so you start feeling like you're suffocating again. It's sad. And the pharmaceutical companies, let's be honest, they're smart. They know that that's what that does. They know it helps you, and they also know it makes you feel like you can't breathe again. And so you have to take it at least every 3 to 4 hours for the rest of your life. And then you know what happens if it gets low? You have to call your doctor, and then you have to have them call in a prescription. You can't just go get more prescriptions. Typically, you have to go through your doctor. They have it set up so I don't know, they get paid or whatever every time. I'm not sure how it all works, except, you're at their mercy. And if you run out of that inhaler, I guess you can't breathe. You can't grow your own inhaler. I've never heard of somebody making their own inhalers. So you're just kind of at their mercy, Eagle. And well, I found a way out. And some of these people that are watching this right now, hopefully they can find out how they can grow their own strains and not have to be at the mercy of no one, the pharmaceuticals, the government, the doctors, the insurance companies. It's all seems kind of all connected, doesn't it?
It is. It is
I didn't want
connected.
to. I don't want to play their game. I don't want to play their game, and I'm not on drugs. People claim that cannabis is a drug. Sorry, I'm walking inside right now. It's going to get more lit in a second here. People claim cannabis is a drug. Well, I just don't see it fits into that definition. I mean, you could say it does because it has medicinal value, I guess. But for me, cannabis is a plant. You know, it's harmless. How could it be a drug if you dry it up and you smoke it? Like it's just something you grow and you smoke. So I don't really see that being a drug. I
Me
wish I
neither.
wish they would just put it right off of the whole thing on the federal government. Just treat it like tomato plants.
So I heard something the other day. Maybe you'll know more because you're closer to the region, but somebody in chat just yesterday, Harley Grower was saying that Flint is going to decriminalize cannabis. Anything, you know anything about that?
No, what is that going to like? What are they saying that's going to achieve? What's
Uh,
the
Well, decriminalization, I would, I kind of am more of a supporter of. I mean, I don't know how it helps in the Flint situation, but taking it off the books and not, pressing charges and letting it be a plant, just letting a plant be a plant versus trying to reschedule it, uh, in my book is huge. So it's legal in Flint, but what decriminalizing it in the Flint area would do, I'm not exactly sure of the benefits, but I'd see
No,
it.
I've heard a lot more people decriminalizing, other forms of plants, like all the yeah,
Mushroom.
put it down, but not just mushrooms, but yeah, mushrooms and all that other stuff. I can't even think of all the categories, but there's a lot of stuff, and that seems to be quite a movement. Um, it's cool. I mean, that's fine. I'm not into that movement, really, to be honest. And now that I'm a dad, I'm into the kid movement, man. I like going to like Peppa Pig World of Play. I like going to, watch my kids do karate and stuff and soccer games. Like I'm all about just enjoying this next 10 years where my kids are teenagers eventually and just, showing them the right way to live. And, that kind of leads me to a good point too. When I was younger, remember how they always said cannabis is bad for your kids and don't ever have it around your kids and don't show your kids and, you know, it'll get your kids into it, whatever. It's just don't give it to your kids. It'll ruin your children. They would teach us that. I don't know how many times I've heard that from those campaign ads and just different people in the government or whatever. They had me brainwashed, man. The Dare program or all that stuff. I mean, since I was a kid, the church. I don't exactly know where it came from, but I actually thought that even being a stoner, even in my 20s and 30s, that before I had kids, you're not supposed to show it to kids. You better not. Don't you dare show a cannabis leaf to a child. Oh, there you'll get in trouble or don't talk about it to a kid. But then I realized that was wrong, man. I was brainwashed and that it's okay if you have your heart in the right place, if you're not somebody who's abusing cannabis or you're not doing anything illegal with it, no, let's just say, well, you should educate your children about it. Just like you should educate what I'm saying is educate them on the positive aspects of cannabis. It's okay. You don't have to blow the smoke in their face. I blow it out the vent fan. I don't blow it in their face, but they should know that it's positive and it's a good force. And then you can take your time and tell them your other beliefs. I always talk to my kids about drugs and alcohol, and I give them my opinion. And I explain to them that that's not something that's going to necessarily benefit their life. But Pretty much I tell them don't do it. Obviously, I don't want my kids on drugs. I don't want my kids on alcohol. I don't even drink. Not not around them or even when I'm away. If I go to a concert, I probably might have one beer. Like that's it. If you give me a six pack, it's gonna sit in my fridge for a whole year. And that's just my personal preference. I like drinking cold beer once in a while, but that's it. I'm not the person to sit there every single day and have to have wine or beer with my food or sit and watch TV with it. That's okay if you choose to be like that. I'm not judging somebody. I'm the last person to judge. I'm just explaining that you can actually have a cannabis lifestyle, and that's good enough. You can just sit and enjoy the green and enjoy life that way. So that's I don't I just prefer not to be on anything that controls me. With cigarettes, that was controlling my life, man. When I was 14, I started smoking Marlboro Reds, and I worked in GM facilities up in well, let me back up. In high school, it was cool to smoke cigarettes back in the 90s, and it was cool to smoke a cigarette after a joint because you got higher somehow, or you thought that it increased your buzz or whatever, which it probably did. But we were smoking Mexican weed with chemicals on it, so there was an interaction there. And then, of course, the cigarette has chemicals in it that was making us feel a false sensation of being higher. And that might still be true for people today that they enjoy cigarettes because of that fact. But I was sick, man. That though whatever's in them cigarettes made me sick. Like I was had that deep chest cold, and I kept coughing. And my friends would tell me I was sick. I'd be like, "No, nah, I'm fine. You guys, it's nothing." And I'd cough, real sick cough. And I talked to my grandpa one time. I think this is what did it for me, Eagle. I was walking through Walmart with my grandpa back in, I don't know, I was 21, so she's 25 years ago. I'm walking through Walmart with my grandpa, and he started coughing, and he pulls out his inhaler and he hits it like three times, and he puts it back in his pocket, and he's kind of wheezing. I can hear him really suffering to get some air. I said, "Oh, geez, sir, doesn't that inhaler help you?" He said, "Well, not really, bud." I said, "Why not?" He said, "Well, I got emphysema." What the heck is that? How'd you get that? Oh, smoking cigarettes and working at GM and all that, hard lifestyle. Oh, well, are you going to be able to breathe a little bit better after when your inhaler kicks in? No, probably not, bud. What? Yeah, you probably shouldn't smoke cigarettes, he said. Yeah, that you could probably live a better life if you don't have them damn cigarettes controlling your breathing all the time. Okay, I'll think about that. And of course, I went outside and smoked a cigarette. I was, teenager. I was an idiot, but that did impact my thinking. And so, on my birthday, on my 21st birthday, I had like six cigarettes. I threw them away, man. I crumbled them up. I just started smoking more cannabis. That's my advice to you right now. You cigarette smokers out there, if you want to quit, you got to want it. I'm not telling you to quit, but if you want to, fuck yeah, do it, man. Just smoke cannabis and trade it. Roll up a bunch of doobies and put them inside of your cigarette pack, okay? Don't buy anymore, and don't hang around people that smoke. And before you know it, you're gonna feel a lot better. Trust me. I'm gonna live to be 100, okay? The reason why is because I drink pure water, and I don't take in any. I try not to take in chemicals into my body. But that. Let's talk about water for a second. Do you guys talk about that one? Ever talk about that?
Mhm. We talk
Pure
about
water.
every, yeah. So
Fucking water. I know this is a simple thing. How does this have to do with cannabis? Well, okay. You can grow better weed if you use pure water. What I'm talking about is like the same water that falls from the sky. I'm talking like God's water, nature's water. We're just talking about no chemicals. So nobody needs to debate this. This is a really basic idea. Water that's pure, and you can test it. We sell a ppm pen for 70, $80, right? Like you can just stick the pen in there. The first time I used my RO machine, it said, I stuck my pen in there and it said zero, and I about wanted to take it back. Like I couldn't believe that it was zero ppms. Like you're telling me I can test something down to the parts per million and it can read a zero, right? So I stuck it in my city water, and I had a city water in Bertrand, Michigan, and it said 150 ppms. What the hell is that? So I did some research. It's chlorine, it's chloride, it's fluoride, it's chloramides. It's a laundry list of things that they put in there to keep it quote unquote safe. So I thought it would be smart to try to use this pure water. I heard about it through various methods of cultivating. People would talk about it in the books, like Ed Rosenthal, Jorge Cervantes, and my other mentor, David Robinson. They all talked about this pure water. So I tried it. And with the moment that I started growing with it, my plants responded. They grew faster, they were greener, they didn't get so much burned tips and, burned leaves and flower. And ultimately, the weed was just phenomenal. Had bigger buds, denser buds, and more dry weight, and a better overall flavor and potency out of my cannabis. So that sold me on the idea of it right there. Just paying a little bit extra for the filters and stuff and wasn't a big deal because it made the product so much better. And I guess owning a grow store, you can't just sell someone something to clean your water. You actually have to filter the water. And the only way to do it is with a 3-stage reverse osmosis machine, which there's more, you can always do more pre-filtering and other filters and many other things. But just having a simple $200 little RO machine on your city water can literally change the way that you cultivate your plants and change the way they respond, change the way they uptake your nutrients, allow you to get a lot bigger yields. And so it's worth a couple $100, isn't it, to increase your quality of your plants? So pretty much everybody that ever hardly grew at our store over the time, all those growers, they pretty much all got influence from the cannabis community, not just our my employees and whatever. All the cannabis community would tell each other, "Yeah, you got to try this, like RO water." So we really got that going in Clio. And I'd go to other grow stores and they wouldn't even carry RO machines, and I'd ask them, "You guys sell this stuff?" And they'd say, "Not like just we don't really talk about that." Well, that's the basis of cultivating. That's the basis of feeling good. uh, you know, if you don't believe me, just don't drink water for a while. You're going to feel terrible. You're going to get dehydrated. Imagine your plant that's susceptible to any of those chemicals. You know, the water evaporates and those chemicals, they concentrate in the buds. And so we don't want those chemicals. We don't introduce those chemicals into our plants. Just pure growing. So then when my son was born, my first son, we did research and we found out that you can drink this water. So this was like 4 years after we started using it for our plants. We started hearing about drinking the pure water. And so I told my wife to try it before we wanted to have our second son. Let's just start drinking it to give it to our baby. We had to buy baby water. You ever heard of this stuff? They sell it at the store. It's called baby water. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
What is that? I don't even know what's in there. They say it's good for babies. Anyway, we decided to quit buying that because we were spending a ton of money on this baby water. Like, let's just get a water purification machine and mix the, whatever minerals in with that. So we started doing that, and then it ended up we started drinking it too. And I don't know if you drink pure water. I don't know how you guys get your water, but since 2014, we have been drinking pure filtered water. And I think that's added literally decades to the end of my life. And while I'm drinking this water all day, from morning, noon, and night, I just drink pure water mostly, and I feel so much better. It's amazing. So that's kind of how I was able to keep cloud cultivation going all these years, was drinking the water, pure water, and listening to lots of really good music. By the way, Fish and Grateful Dead has literally been the two bands that we've been listening to like the whole day. We just turn that music on and we let it play at the store all day. It's been great because I didn't get to go to the concerts. A lot of the concerts obviously happened in the 60s and 70s, so I didn't get to go. And so they play them all the time, 24 hours a day. They play concerts for the Grateful Dead on XM channel 23. It's on satellite radio, Sirius XM. And so we have that at the store. We go in the morning, we turn on the dab rig. First thing we do is we turn on the lights, the dab rig. And then get this camera working again. Then we turn on the music and we just let it play, you know. Woohoo! This phone's being crazy. I had to plug it in, man. I'm dying. It sucks energy. Can you see me okay? Woo! Flying sideways. Good times, Eagle.
Cannabis and music definitely go hand in hand. That's for sure.
There was no way to keep the store going, sitting there quiet. If I walk in and say I know where the store's open. If I walk in and I don't hear any music, I ask my employees like, "Hey, is there something wrong? Are you guys okay? Like, is everything all right? All right, well, turn that shit up, man. Roll one up. Let's go." Like we have to be in the right attitude. We can't just we're not just sitting there thinking about money and trying to, be a mechanical type of business like that. We literally look forward to when you come in so we can talk to you in person and have a good time. That's what it used to be anyways. I mean, it's not necessarily like that anymore. Sorry, my phone's being crazy, dude.
That's all
I had to
right.
had to plug you in, man. It's kind of fun though. By this time in the show, you should be nice and high, so this should be entertaining for you by now.
Right. Well, I hope they're smoking while they watch. That's for sure.
I would be. I would be, except I'm in my room here where I can't, you know. But anyways, man, dude, there's so much stuff that happened over the years, man. It's been so fantastic. It's been a dream come true. I mean, ultimately, this whole thing wasn't really supposed to happen. I wasn't supposed to be able to be involved with this. I'm just a kid from Clio, Michigan. And let's put it this way: if I can do this, anybody can do it. If I mean, I wanted it. That's the only reason why there is such a thing as Clio cultivation in general. And nobody helped us. We didn't have any partners. We didn't really talk to nobody about this. We just started a business as a hobby to see if we could make it happen. And next thing you know, it was taking off so good back then, Eagle. We had to move. We couldn't stay in our little store. We outgrew it back in 2012 and 2013.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it got to the point where you couldn't even walk in there, man. It was so much stuff in there. It was insane. So, we've seen the rise and fall, man. We've been through the whole ride, and I'm just glad we're still here to tell the tale, to be honest. I mean, it's been a lot. It's been a rough couple of years, dude. This whole downfall, the industry's been like pretty devastating. And then along the way, you lose you lose a lot of people. We know a lot of people, right? All between you and I and all the cannabis community, there's thousands of us, and it's really disheartening. To not only see us breaking apart and going our separate ways, but then a lot of people passing on. It's been pretty tough lately, but you don't just bail. I'm not the kind of person to just bail. I don't just cut and run when it gets tough. So I see the future as continuing to cultivate, not really changing our ethics. And at the end of the day, the cream will rise to the top, and there will be good growers out there that do it for the love. And then, of course, there's going to be 90% mass produced remediated bunk weed out there. Hey, man, you got any advice how to fix this camera so it's not so annoying? There we go. I fixed it.
Yeah, I think you
Awesome.
got
All right. So think about it, man. I mean, we live in a medical state. Having your medical card is a good idea, by the way. I mean, can you just imagine the stuff that you can get out of that you deserve to say you're medical? Let's just say, unfortunately, whatever happens in life, you end up having to go to court for some reason, and they say that you're restricted. They always do that. No alcohol, no drugs, blah, blah, blah. Do you realize that if you have a medical card, that you're allowed to smoke cannabis during the time you're on probation?
that's
Can you
huge.
can you believe that? That in and of itself is a reason to keep your medical card, just in case life's unfortunate circumstances come into play, and you're sitting in front of a judge who has your fate in their hands, and you politely point out that you're a medical patient, well established, by the way, and so you're granted the exception of cannabis in Michigan. So that right there is a huge opportunity. But just any other time, I mean, keeping your medical card to grow for your patients. I still give my cannabis away for free once a month. They get an ounce for free. A lot of people don't do that, but I always did that. I'm going to keep doing that for my patients. I've only got two patients. It's not like I'm maxed out, but those two patients, I'll tell you what, they appreciate it. They're not rude about it. Just what do you want this month? It's like, hey, it's all good, buddy. Anything you got, I'm thankful. And they can't, bless their hearts, they can't cultivate, and they don't want to go to a dispensary because they don't trust it. They've heard the stories about cannabis in dispensaries being remediated, or just it can be expensive. Even though they've got $80 ounces, they've also got $20 grams, and so the good stuff that I guess they're spoiled. I got them used to the good stuff, and now they don't want to go get that. They can't find what I offer. So there's just a lot of reasons why I continue to be a caregiver. I don't have to. I mean, my hands aren't tied. I could just grow 12 plants and be happy with that. But, I like having 30 or 40 plants at all times. It's nice to have a variety and just have a perpetual garden to where, I've always got new plants coming out and new ones going in. I got to harvest right now. I've got to harvest some plants, not much, 5 or 6 beauties. And then I've got to pop some seeds. I got a new strain I want to grow called Michigan Thunderfuck, and I'm going to call it Michigan Thunder Haas because it was bred in honor of Haas Plurdy. We all know Haas. So I got those seeds from his wife, Lori, traded her for a bag of some fine herbs, and their seeds are on my desk at Cloud Cultivation, and I need to bring those home, and I need to put those into a clone plug. What I do with my seeds is I put them into a clone plug after soaking them in B vitamin and some root builder in pure water, and then of course just by the process of sitting the seed in the plug, it actually releases the gibberellins, the cytokininins, and the other chemicals in the seed. That the seed is stuck in a state of suspended animation, is what they say. And so the moment that it comes in contact with the moisture, it begins to grow. And so the roots, believe it or not, even as they're small, they can sense gravity and they grow downward. Okay. And then the leaf part, the little green part that pops out, it's kind of like your eyes when you look up at a light and you can see the light through your eyelids. It can sense the light even though it's covered with some material from the peat moss plug. And it will literally pop through the top of that plug in about 2 to 3 days and begin its life right from there. We put those inside of a clone dome, trying to maintain 80 to 90% humidity. And we keep the light at about a 3 foot distance over the top of that dome so we don't shock the plant. We use a very low level T5 light, but you could also use an LED nowadays. But basically, this seedling will grow into a fully fledged, rooted baby plant in about 10 to 14 days. But the funny thing is with that, the neck on it's like 4 or 5 inches tall. Have you grown from a seed before? Have you seen how that looks?
Hell yeah, I've grown from a seed
You're
before.
laughing at me. Sorry, I just want to make sure you know what I'm saying. But those things get real tall and skinny, right? And they want to fall over, so we support them with some little like plant labels so they don't fall over. It's been a while. I haven't done this. I can't wait to pop those Haas genetics. But we bury it down in our M3 soil right away, and that gives it all the nutrients. So you don't have to hover over these little baby plants and hope they're going to be okay and perhaps burn them, because different strains take different amounts of nutrients. But something about the M3 Michigan made mixed soil, it just knows all cannabis strains, and it allows the plant to decide the nutrients it wants to take up. So that's what I've come very fond about organic growing, because not everyone can master synthetic nutrients. You have to know your strain, and environmental changes take effect. There's a lot of things that can happen. But when you use organic soil and pure water,
you could almost mess up. I mean, you could almost grow blindfolded, to be honest. As long as you could grow blindfolded, right? You just got to know the weight of the plant, pick it up and feel it. And if it feels light, you give it some water, a little bit of water. Don't overdo it. But if it feels heavy, then don't give it any water. It's that simple.
It can be, that's for sure. I think at some points people try to overcomplicate the growing process, to be honest with you.
Well, if you focus on synthetic nutrient lines, that can create so much variable changes that over time, it can seem as though you never catch the tail. That's how I looked at it all the time. Like I see all these growers that would get good, and then they'd come in and say they had bad results. Like, what happened? And they would have all these different reasons, but it was typically the number one killer of plants is people. Come to find out. So unfortunately, it wasn't really the nutrients that were the problem. It was that they were applying it incorrectly for their strain or their environment, or again, a variety of factors. So when you remove the nutrients by using organics, what happens is now this proper shift takes place in your garden where you put the genetics at the top, and then it's the environment, and with the environment comes your water, your pure water, and then it's you. So you're not more important than your water or your nutrient, I mean your environment or your genetics. You couldn't be. No matter how smart or good you are, you can't be smarter than your plant. If you have a bad genetic, you're not going to get a good excellent result, right? And if you have one environmental factor that is, let's just say, out of whack, well, that's going to kill your plant because they're strictly based on their environment. They can't put on a hoodie, they can't wear a snowmobile suit, and they can't, put on sunscreen at the beach. They don't know any of that. They just know they want 77 to 85 degrees and they need some CO2 and light and obviously nutrients and water. So when you remove all those factors and you're not sitting there thinking about the nutrients so much, then all the other possibilities open up, and you realize that nutrients are a far fourth or fifth place in the category of what's important to be a good grower and to get excellent results. So over time, what ends up happening is you can grow the same strain for a long time and actually improve your results almost every single time, by eliminating the reasons of what was holding you back. So my first problem was I lived in a 1934 farmhouse, and I had a basement that was probably not acceptable. Hot, cold, bugs, mold, you name it. It was terrible. But because I learned to grow in such a harsh environment, when I moved into a newer home with a nicer basement, and I was able to actually hang my lights and walk without hitting my head on the lights, and control my temperature and humidity and all that, my results immediately changed. You know, but still, it's been a lot. Like that's right there is another whole show. Is like how what's the end result of trying to grow better cannabis? Um, there isn't really one. You just continue to try to grow better cannabis. I'm waiting for the next light to come out, or I'm waiting for the next strain to come out, or the next additive or whatever. So it's always going to be something new, just like anything, music or cars or anything in the world. The quality of your cell phone, it's going to continue to change. It should improve, I guess. It's hard to say. It's hard to say when is it ever done changing, I guess. So I kind of fell into that. I'm kind of getting to the age where I'm in my middle 40s now. It's like, well, I like what I'm doing. I'm just going to stick with this, and I guess I'll let everyone else change around me and just stay the same for a while. You know.
There's nothing wrong with being comfortable in life, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, and I'm doing a lot of things that are uncomfortable. So it's nice to have something that's stable, because everything else changes, like the weather, the news, And I'm in this new field now. So I started a energy business called Energy Freedom Solar, and the reason why I did that was my idea was is to help the growers grow for free from the sunshine. Okay. And this is back when everybody was a cultivator and they all had 1,000 to 3,000 or so dollar a month power bills, right? And so they would need a couple hundred panels in them. They would need bigger arrays than a house. So that was the idea, was to hook up the cannabis community. All the solar panel dealers are really, kind of expensive. And so I decided to get into it for the growers. Believe it or not, that's the heart and soul of the solar panel company. Now, in the meantime, I got the panels at the store and I wanted to see if it worked because I didn't know anybody that had solar. Well, we found out how well it works and we started doing residential. And that was right in the 2021, 2022 collapse of the cannabis industry. So the actual clients that we have not been growers, only one so far. So I'm still excited about that, and we still talk to the growers about that. And there probably will be a resurgence of home growing, and of course, the power bill needs to be addressed. So that's something that we can do to help growers. And I personally am going to do it myself. One of these days, I just got to get some trees cut down in the backyard, and we're going to be putting up probably 70 panels or so, and that's going to offset this $700 or $800 a month power bill and make it less than $100 a month. So it is going to happen for me personally, and it's working at the store for sure. But I can't wait, man. I really want that to happen. Is I want growers to call me up and say, you know what? I want to grow, but I just don't want to pay my power bill. Is there a way to do that? The answer is a very clear yes. What you have to do is you have to build a 12-month history. So if you've quit cultivating right now and your lights are not on, you're not really, going to show a good projection for getting solar to offset your grow. So the first thing you have to do is painfully turn your lights back on and your hot tub, run your welder, turn on your dryer with no clothes in it, run your microwave for a half an hour every day for no reason. Like just do realistically everything you can to show as much power draw as you can. And when you do that for 12 months, we can come in and interconnect a panel system that will offset the use of that last year for the rest of your life. You won't have to pay only but 10% of your power bill. So that took me 4 years to figure out how, and I'm still learning. It's still an ongoing process. It's a lot of information, but just how to take a power bill and turn it into a working solar system and to diminish that power bill. Man, it's been fun. I actually have enjoyed the process of that. So it kind of saved my life the last couple of years, being distracted, starting a new business. Obviously, I had to lock myself in my office next door of the grow shop. So I wasn't prone to going into the grow shop and sitting there and sulking about how slow we might have been compared to the old days. So when you lose 90% of your clientele due to factors outside of your control, it's easy to get depressed, And I don't think any amount of cannabis is going to help when you're feeling that bad. So I decided to not focus on feeling bad. And that would be my advice. If anybody's going through a hard time, you probably shouldn't focus on the hard time as much as you should focus on how do you want to feel and, what do you want to see happen? So I just kept looking out the windshield instead of the rear view mirror the whole time. And yeah, it's going to help us. It's going to help us keep cloud cultivation growing. We don't anticipate closing the grow store because we're so busy as new business owners. Got Shane, my general manager. You guys know Shane. He's writing grants for businesses right now. He's writing a grant for Having Green Organic Dairy out in Fowler. They're going to get 80 panels with a 50% grant because they own a farm, a USDA farm. And I also working with Parshaberg Campers out of Chesting. They're going to get 44 panels and they're going to get a 50% grant. So we're helping business owners and farmers install solar because they have the greatest need. They're sitting there paying a lot of more money than a house, and they've been open for who knows 30, 40, 50 years or more. And it's a family business, and so they're very well established. So looking at the cannabis community, it's kind of the opposite. All these growers, these multi-state operators, and some of our caregivers that went off to be licensed growers, they're not as stable as a business who's been around for decades. They don't know if they're going to be able to continue to cultivate. The federal law might change, and that would probably destroy their cultivation because, let's be honest, if the federal government is going to start taking intrastate cannabis, or what do we call that? International cannabis, can you imagine how low the price is going to be if you can buy cannabis from another country and sell it in Michigan at the gas station or whatever? Like, it's going to become pennies of what it is now. So if they think the value of what it is now is bad, imagine what it's going to be if it gets to become international, in third world countries and whatever, wherever they can grow it. It's not going to be something that you're going to be able to cultivate in America unless you're just doing it for the love of it. So that's why I'm in it for the love, bro. I've always been in it for the love. I never thought about cannabis as money, even when I could have, because it was too special. And if you've ever grown a plant, you know how long it takes to trim it. Trim jail, they call it. So I just never thought about it like money. I try to look at cannabis as more important than just dollars and cents. That diminishes it too much. But
Probably.
yeah, think about it, dude. I mean, money. You don't share money. You don't pass money around. You don't hit money. You don't. Money doesn't bring us together. Not really. But cannabis does. Cannabis has always brought us together, man. You share it. You meet new people. You try new strains. You make new friends. Hell, if you're lucky, you might meet your husband or wife at a cannabis event. You'd be looking for a person like that. You don't want to get stuck with somebody who doesn't love cannabis and you do. That's a lifelong worth of torture right there.
Agree. I
You
definitely
know,
agree.
man, I don't even know where we're headed here, but I like this show, dude. I like talking to you, man. I appreciate having me on. I do. I'm going to continue doing what I do best, which is helping other people, kind of, I don't know, giving my time to see somebody else be successful. That's how I feel success. And you said earlier, that the grow store has been a point of, you would feel gratification. When we hit about 10 years old, back in, what was that, 2020, I felt that. I did, man. Like, okay, if you wanted to be a grower and you lived anywhere near our grow store, we did our best to help you, and now you're a grower. And so we really felt like we had achieved our main goal of making sure you could be a grower and that you can get any strain you want and that you're not limited for any reason besides your own willingness and abilities. And, we provided a lot of quality advice and a good variety of the materials. We always tried to accommodate people and what style they wanted to grow. And we don't tell you how to grow. We're not going to judge what you do. We're not going to tell you what to do, but we're going to explain how does the equipment work, what is the best application, or what is the manufacturer recommendation, or best practice, or maybe what did Eagle tell me he does, or what did Fred say he does, or Susie, or whoever it is. We share the knowledge, but we don't necessarily we didn't get isolated into a certain style of growing, and we never got tricked by a nutrient manufacturer to tell people, oh, if you don't grow with this certain nutrients, you're not a good grower. We kind of proved that doesn't matter. So you can feel free to pick any nutrient you want, any strain. You could probably grow with even bad inputs, bad water, bad everything. But if you start out with a good plant, you're gonna get some good smoke, man. Trying to grow yourself. So I hope you guys decide. I hope you decide tonight to think about it. Like, why keep spending your hard-earned money at a dispensary, making those people richer? I don't understand that, Eagle. Why did society turn their backs on all the caregivers anyways? You would think they would just try that stuff at the dispensary and say, that's not better. I don't even think it's as good. I'm going to go back to my caregiver. You
You
know,
would think so. You would think so. I actually, I've seen, as far as like the dispos go, I've seen this over and over again, especially in my little small town. You know, locally owned and operated, which I happen to know from knowing is locally owned, being transplanted from another state just in time to open a dispensary, local owned and operated, it reason enough to support that dispo, I guess. Because I'm about supporting the community and everything like that, but I see it more and more corporations, people trying to step in and do the dispo things and portray themselves to be part of the community the whole time, and it's sad to pull that cord to pull people business in when you not even a Michigan native. Really.
you can say that, but what's on your shelf? I don't go into dispensaries, so I have no idea what they carry. I've been in a couple, and it just is so glitzy and colorful, and packaged, pre-packaged, and I don't know. I don't really get caught up in all that. So for me, that's not attractive. What I like is when you can impress me with a flower. When you can open up a jar and you can smell it right away. You don't have to get in there and smell it, and it's actually got colors, and it's really flavorful. And if you roll a joint, how it smokes good till the end and it still tastes good. That's impressive to me. That's the kind of strain that I want to grow. That's the kind of flower I want to have. So I want everyone to try good organic cannabis. And if you don't have any access to it, come by the store. I'll give you a nugget. I'm not greedy about that. I've got plenty. I'll just let you try one and you'll see. Like, that is excellent. That is noticeably better. So I'm sure there's THC, by the way, in that cannabis, you call it, whatever that product is at the dispensaries. There is some THC in it. And of course, you're going to say, well, I get the same buzz for my $50 ounce than you at $100 ounce. Well, maybe, but do you understand there's chemicals in that? Do you understand that's bad for you? It could possibly, the process of remediation they're finding can cause cancer. Just the way that they take their bunk weed and they run it through these machines and it like cooks off the mold or something. I'm not too familiar because I would never do that to my weed. What do you do with weed if you got mold on it, Eagle?
Throw that shit away.
Fucking trash, bro. You
Fuck
don't
yeah.
even burn it. You don't even burn it because you don't want to smell the fire, the fumes. You just throw it in the garbage, man. You destroy it immediately. You would never try to get the mold off, would you? Oh, I'm going to do an H2O bath. No, I'm going to spray it. It's going to be okay. Like, it's not going to be okay.
I
That
don't
is
see how
systemic.
that could be okay. And when the credentials, what you can do to get it on the shelf, the testing to get it on the shelf is so supposedly stringent, what they're looking for. But yet you can remediate it like that and send it back through, and they're like, oh yeah, now it's fine. Yeah, it just doesn't seem.
Cryocultivation does not stand for remediation. Does that say we love remediated weed? I don't think so. We did not fight for this. You guys understand that we fought for this legalization, whether or not it turned in our favor. A lot of people were behind it. I voted for legalization. The reason why, I did not want to see you go to jail because you didn't have your card. I just thought that was stupid. Like, if you've ever been to jail, that's no place to be at, okay? And I was there a couple times for just a little visit. I didn't stay there for very long. I stayed there for enough seconds to know you don't deserve to be there. If you are an innocent person that loves to smoke weed or even likes it or just tried it, or you have a bag of weed in your pocket for some reason, that's not a reason to go to jail. Not in any state, not in any country on this earth. Dude, did you know a couple months ago? Google this shit later. Did you know somebody in Singapore was actually, they had weed, like a pound or something, like quite a bit, and they were given the fucking death sentence, dude, in Singapore. So I'm not going to fucking Singapore, and I'm not going anywhere where you don't appreciate my privacy of my cannabis use. That is such a violation of human rights. To even think that you're going to sit inside of a jail cell and be subject to being a prisoner over a plant. So that's kind of where I thought legalization was going to help us. Like, okay, 21 and over, it's legal. Caregivers are going to own the dispensaries. You got to go, we're still going to grow our 72 plants and we're going to grow the best we can. We're going to get it tested. We're going to pay taxes and we're going to supply the dispensaries, and everybody in Michigan's going to have a little home-based grow. It's going to be okay. But they tried to take us out with legislation. It didn't work at the state level, right? Then they tried to take us out locally at the ordinance level, and that almost worked, except we caught them and we pushed them real hard. The only time it worked is in these sleepy little towns where nobody caught them. There's these crazy illegal ordinances to this day. One of the townships down the street from us, next to Birch Run, that just went legalized and has Loom and all these other dispensaries over there now. The township next to them, it says, get this, you cannot grow in your house and you can only be a caregiver if you have 10 acres of land. And it goes on and on and on. Like, who the hell has 10 acres of land? And what does that 430,000 square foot have to do with a little 200 square foot cultivation operation in your basement? Like, it's the oddest thing. So they really attacked us. And then that didn't really work, right? The ordinance thing in 2021, I lost track of time. That attack on our state from these out of state operators, whoever they were, these politicians, I don't exactly know, whoever runs the municipality league or whatever, they all decided that they were going to attack us. And because none of that was working, you know what they did? They said, fuck it. We're going to lower the price of weed so low that it's going to destroy every single home grower. And it pretty much worked, dude. I mean, I got to admit it. That was a good plan. Let's just take a loss and grow, thousands of pounds of weed and flood the market. So good job, assholes. Whoever, I hope you're watching me, you out-of-state licensed fuckers. Good job. You grew a bunch of bunk weed and you tricked everybody into thinking that was weed. And then you hurt all the people that live here in Michigan that had a traditional caregiver grow. So, you might say, get over it, buddy. Like, it's 2024 now, man. It's just the way it is. Well, you know what, Eagle? I'm never going to get over it because I know that our citizens got really hurt by that. And there's a lot of people that went bankrupt. There's a lot of people that have to go work at shitty little jobs right now that might have lost their house or, who knows, lost their relationships over it, had to move to another state just to survive. And, this is my home state. I've been living here since 1978 and I don't want to leave. I love Michigan. I love everything about this state. And I almost left in 2010 to seek out a new life because I wanted more opportunities than what Michigan was providing. And I found that in the cannabis community. And I'm so thankful for my experiences. And I'm so thankful for knowing you guys, knowing you and knowing every single person. I could name hundreds of people that I've gotten to know. Thanks for just spending your time with me and talking and trusting us, and having a community. It was so cool. It was more than just a business. It was more than just trying to sell weed. It was a family. And a little bit about me personally, I don't really have a lot of family anymore. We just don't get along, or I don't know, everybody lives in a different state. You know how it is. And when I was a kid, all the cousins and uncles, and we were always together. So now, since 2010, we had a new community, and it was like a bunch of family and a bunch of cousins and uncles and grandpas and grandmas and friends. And it felt really good, man. I miss them so much. I'll never forget them. And you're always welcome. All of you have a home at Cloud Cultivation, even if you don't grow anymore. I want to still see your face. I want to see you at the parties and all that stuff. But right now, I have to focus on my other business because if I lose my focus and I don't keep going with the clean energy, Cloud Cultivation really might not exist, sir. So because Cloud Cultivation helped Energy Freedom Solar exist, I owe it back to Cloud Cultivation, right, to keep it open now, because without that, I would have never gotten into the clean energy. It's super hard to make it into that business. And there's such a need right now for people to be in the clean energy field. I mean, you can imagine it's booming, dude. There, there's never been a greater demand for a product than what's about to happen in the next 10 or 15 years, even in Michigan, you know. So if you want to start your own business or if you want to be a part of clean energy, I'll help you just like I helped with cultivation. And hopefully, you enjoyed being a part of our store back then. Not only do I want you to come back and be a grower, I want you to think about having your own solar panel business or becoming a salesperson or an installer. Maybe your cannabis career isn't going anymore. Maybe you slip through the cracks like I kind of felt like I did, where I'm not a big licensed grower and I can't just be a caregiver full time and make money anymore, or I never really did. But that's not really a lifestyle choice right now, right? So I welcome you to join me, and we'll smoke a lot of weed and we'll do clean energy at the same time, and it's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a blast. I want everybody in on this, so don't feel like you can't. You know what I mean? Don't feel like it's over just because we got our butts kicked in cannabis. We still got shoes on our feet. We can still do some butt kicking too, right?
I really enjoy your outlook on that. That's pretty awesome. That's 100%. A lot of great people were drawn out of cannabis over the last few years and had to change, put on different hats to keep that dream alive. And I appreciate the fact that you're still kind of rooting for the growers there. Us as growers, you've kind of mentioned a couple of things that are important. Uh, Once I'm with you on the keep your medical license. Very important. Two, we there's a lot of things that have come in our way. The LEDs have started to make our grows cheaper. You know what I mean? If we can ease that cost with some solar panels, I'm with you there. Giving up hope isn't the answer. We need to get more and more people involved to see the power of cultivating this plant. A, because of the power of the medicine. B, because there's that power of cultivation all in its own. To me, those two are equal, if not greater, on the cultivation side. Cannabis offers a great quality of life, but through cultivation, there's so many improvements to your life through that process of trial and error and learning. I mean? People have bettered their life just from trying that, looking into problems, and just organics in general. Organics I've found is more of spiritual path than anything. You know what I mean? Once you start understanding the processes that's going on in the soil and it reflects right back at you and how you work in the mirror, it's powerful. It's powerful. You want to change the way you know what I mean? Now you're looking at improving your food, you're improving yourself. There's so many great things that cultivation brings out of you, 100%. And, buddy, they knew about that in the 70s. The government had studies that they knew that they could bring back returning vets and ease their stress and all the shit that they had through cultivation. They knew growing plants would ease their minds, help ease anxiety, and help them find a better place. But they chose to push pharmaceutical medicines and all kinds of shit at them rather than teaching them more sustainable ways. And outside of that, one of the things that I've found, and that I'm sure you can agree in this, is finding the cannabis as a medicine and finding that strain that helps you like you have. There's nothing more powerful than I can or I did. When you say I grew my own medicine, I can help myself. Just saying I can. Say it 3 times, and the little goosebumps in the back of your neck start to stand up. You know what I mean? That alone is producing good well-being chemicals in your body that are already trying to heal you. You know what I mean? But it's that I can that is the most powerful thing in the cultivation. I can grow my own medicine. I can take care of myself. It's the I can'ts that cripple people. Once they start getting sick and they are no longer, it's the I can'ts that really drive people down. So when you can turn that around and say, I can help myself through cultivating and through cannabis, all in itself spins around for you. You know what I mean? So I'm glad
Well,
that you still keeping cultivation alive. There's so many positive things from it.
I would be really unhappy if I didn't have my garden. I mean, where would I get my weed from? How would I know what I'm ingesting? Just that alone, I wouldn't know what's in my product. That is scary that you don't know what's in a product that's grown from somebody else. Just that reason. One sec. You getting ready for bed, one? Yeah. Just Spirit's going to bed. Say goodnight, Spirit Rebel.
Good night, Spirit Rebel.
Good night. All I stream, if does anybody there, wish I hope.
He said hola to the stream.
Yeah, I saw the live stream.
Good night, son. High five. Love you. Good night.
Got some awesome kids, by the way. I've met Spirit. He is an awesome kid, for sure. He
Good night,
actually,
son.
I live streamed from your last event there, and he had come over and was manning the camera a little bit and was pretty awesome. He's an awesome kid for sure.
Yeah, he's been knowing about technology since he was born. If I have a question about technology, I just ask Spirit, and he already knows the answer. Oh, cool. He says he's been watching your streams, bro. He's giving you some hits out there.
Nice. Yeah, he was in chat earlier. He didn't want to. He's like, "Don't tell my dad I was in chat. I'm watching him." He's like, "My dad was lagging. You were lagging, and he knew it."
Don't
Sorry.
tell my dad. You're funny. Go to bed, bud. Get some sleep. Got school tomorrow, son.
That's
Love
awesome.
you. Good night. Yeah,
I
so
appreciate
I share my love. I share my children with our community because they are God's children, and they are. It takes a community to raise a child. They say no better place than the cannabis community to help raise your kids, and that's another thing about them damn parties. Before we'd have to watch them, Eagle. We'd have to run around and chase them. But a couple years ago, they had a couple friends, and we're like, let's just stop chasing them. Just hey guys, don't run away. Just stay back here with us. And you know what? They did. They didn't take off. They played in the bounce house. They go jump in the water slide thing and just kind of go with this, run around with their friends, and that we don't even have to chase them no more. We just literally they're kind of taking over the event. Before you know it, it's going to be all their friends, and we're going to be the old codgers sitting on the sidelines, and they're going to be the ones running the show. So it's pretty cool to see them growing up around it, and it's to them it's normal just to be outgoing and not be afraid to grab the microphone and say hi. And I've always been tickled by that. I don't tell him what to say, Eagle. I swear, when he's up there, I just say, "Hey, son, you got some words to say?" And whatever he just has all kinds of stuff to say, doesn't he?
He does. Awesome kids for sure. And I
A lot of love.
appreciate the fact that it's not, that's the way I raised my kids, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I never hit them. Same thing you're saying. I always felt, because when I grew up, we were always told to go outside. I always struck curiosity. What the fuck are they doing in there? You know what I mean? You go in there and smell like weed, everybody be happy. You knew something was up. But to me, hiding it or, all that says there's something wrong. I'm hiding it from you. There's something wrong with it. I'm ashamed of it or something like that. And it's, especially if you're using it as a medicine, you should be able to, teach them the rights from wrong, especially the versus the alcohol thing. I appreciate the fact, and I'm right there with you. I prefer my kids not to do anything, but I would rather them know the pluses and minuses, and hopefully, if in a choice, they lean towards the marijuana because they know they're not going to lose control. You can't be taken advantage of as easily. It's just so many pluses to leaning towards the cannabis. So I'd rather know both sides of it and go, if I need to, I'd rather cannabis, stay away from that alcohol. But I don't think there's never been any reason for me to hide it from my kids. There's great people in the cannabis community. And, like I said, it's done nothing but brought the great things out of me in life. That's for sure.
I didn't even know. Let me ask you a real quick question. I'm going to step away for 2 seconds, but I'll be able to hear you. Can you tell me? I would like to get to know you a little bit better. How I didn't know you were growing as long as maybe you have been, or tell me a little bit about some of your background in cultivation. Like when did you get the idea you wanted to be a grower? Are you still a grower today? Like tell me some of your knowledge. And again, I can hear you. I'm gonna sit the phone down for just a second. I'm gonna turn it up.
Right. This is a rare opportunity. I tend not to talk about myself too much, but I do in pieces. Um, Cannabis has always been in my life, one way or another. I grew up around it. My family has always kind of been in cannabis. Um, I started growing right around 99. Uh, I've always kind of been in weed one way or another, selling weed. Uh, so at one point or another, kids came into the life. When kids came into life, the significant other at that time said, no more flipping the weed. We're gonna raise, live a respectable life, kids, all that good stuff. So I kind of gave up uh, uh, flipping ounces and pounds and all that good stuff to keep the cannabis in the house and that. So we ended up having a small period to where we had to buy cannabis. And we were going through a minimum of an ounce to 2 ounces a week at that point. And this is, well, we're looking at about 98 now. I still have my connections of buying, brick weed and all that, still able to get ounces for $80, but nobody wanted uh, brick weed anymore. The good weed had already became on the scene and kind of spoiled the house a little bit, if you will. So we were starting to get good grown cannabis from my friends and stuff like that. So now my prices have went up. I had the option of getting the brick weed and fucking ounces for $80, or I could smoke good weed for $200 an ounce. Now life's real. You know what I mean? Who in the fuck can sustain really $800 a month on cannabis and raising 3 kids and all that shit? So at that point, I had a real, I weighed in risk and cost of lights and getting going and all that. And I was like, I really don't give a shit what the power is going to cost me. It can't be as bad as this bill. So I ended up getting some cuts from my friends, and which was a mistake on their end, because that's who I was that's who I was getting my weed from. And once I got the clones, it was done from that point. Cultivation was a thing. I kind of
That was
joked.
back in '99.
I did the fucking what's his the NRA guy. You'll pull these lights from my cold dead hands. So, and that was a true statement. I never really gave it up. Now, a couple of years ago, life kind of fucked me around a little bit. I lost everything. I lost the family. I lost the house. I lost the grow. I had to take cannabis weighed heavy and all that. So I had to take a few years off of cannabis, growing cannabis, and continued to do this show. And now, thank goodness, cannabis and cultivation is back in my life. And what is, I've refound a piece of me that I had lost, buddy. I hadn't when when I had to shut the garden down, it was like a fucking piece of my identity. That's how, you know what I mean? It was
Oh
stripped
yeah.
away from me. It'd been such a staple in my life for so long that yeah, it was like a huge part of me. I got ripped away. And then on top of that, to continue with the cultivation. So right around 2008, I stumbled onto Subcool TGA seeds, and kind of got to know Sub a little bit. Became a tester with TGA, and kind of making somewhat of an online presence, and started testing for quite a few breeders, Ocean Grown, TGA, Med Grower One, a lot of more reputable breeders, and then ultimately became a rep for TGA in 2017, and then been just balls in ever since. As far as cannabis goes, I'm from Davison, Flint, Michigan area, Genesee County. I was very instrumental as far as much as I could in 2007, beating those the pavement with my brother-in-law at the time, and getting signatures to get cannabis on the ballot. My
Nice.
my
Yeah,
brother-in-law
let's
here,
see.
third
Nice.
to receive his card in Michigan, Mr. Charles Snyder.
That's awesome.
But, me and him definitely stood outside a lot of stores, knocked a lot of doors to get names on petitions. 2008-ish, I helped some people start the CRI in Clio, Michigan there, and fucked around with that for a while until the city kind of put a lot of pressure on us and made us close
Yeah,
our.
that was crazy.
They sat outside, Clio police sat outside that place every day, making everybody that came in nervous. All the growers that came in and tried the farmers market at that point, because of 2008, nobody was doing that. Nobody had done a farmers market or anything at that point. So all the brave growers at that point sat there and watched that police car across the fucking street and sweated as we went in and out of that
I remember that.
building.
I was
So
sitting down the street smoking weed, thinking, "Man, them guys are ballsy over there." They
oh,
never really bothered us. I don't know why. I think you know what it was, dude. Here's what happened. When we started growing and we started getting like, good at growing, you have more than a few ounces, let's just say. You're tempted, right? Because you become like a magician. You get a skill, and it's very special. So being as though I have this grow store and there's people in Clio that have a farmer's market, hey, I could just start, doing my thing at the store. But I decided right then and there that if I'm going to smoke weed inside of my store, I better not sell it over the counter, because I'll become known. You'll just sell to somebody you don't know. And then the next thing you know, it snowballs and it becomes comfortable because you didn't get caught that day, and so on. And the next day, the next day, the next thing something could have happened. And if I would have gotten in trouble, I would have gotten perhaps a bad reputation, uh, oh, he's, got in trouble. So I just didn't want to get in trouble with it. So I decided, like, my deal with the universe was, if I'm gonna smoke, I'm not ever gonna do anything illegal with it. Like, I'm not gonna sell it for money over the counter. So that's kind of why I never really got in trouble the whole time, is because I didn't technically do anything illegal with it, and there was nothing they could bust us on. They never really tried. You'd get calls once in a while, or people would stop by, like, "Oh, can I get an ounce?" Like, yeah, sure. I got an ounce of dirt, or I got an ounce of nutrients. Which ounce did you want? So I just never sold weed up there. And I think that's how we just, obviously didn't get in any trouble. There was nothing we could really get in trouble for besides smoking. And I always say there's no joint police. Like, they're not going to come bust you for a joint, right? So it was just crazy that you guys, that was, I didn't know you were a part of that, dude. That was cool that was actually pushing the envelope, and letting the police know that we're here and that we're not doing anything. We didn't think we're doing anything wrong. That's why they stayed outside, right?
yeah. It was. I wish we would have able to keep those doors open or
Yeah,
more.
me too.
Even today, you don't see that type of environment. You know what I mean? We were offering at that point, 2008, once a week a doctor to come in. You could get certified. We had a room where you could just come in and smoke your weed and hang out if you were a member. What a big screen TV had movies. We had fucking exercise programs to where you wanted to come up. We had the weekly farmers market. We really tried to envelop, we didn't want you to just come and get your weed. We wanted that to be a place you could come, hang out, learn, you know, one of those places, just you didn't want to leave. You just wanted to get up and go and hang out. You know what I
Well, I
mean?
remember that feeling too when you guys offered like annual memberships. That's when it really hit me. Like, oh wow, we're gonna go there all the time. Like, this is cool. Like, I can't wait to get out of work and go see my friends up there. Like, I really hope this is so popular of an idea that it's actually hard to get in there. That's what I thought that's where you guys were headed, is that it was going to be so packed, dude. That was going to be like the spot to go. Everybody was going to go there every day. It was going to be like a resort, dude. That's still a good, that's still to this day a great concept. I gotta say that was amazing idea, and it was real. I mean, it actually opened. Like, it was there for a while.
That's one, I don't understand why there isn't more places like that. I mean, the G3 came through and they filled a pretty good farmers market void for, there's still not a lot of places that, like the G3 Vehicle City and stuff like that. Every town should have something like that.
I
You know,
missed their party, dude. They had their 15th anniversary the other day. Congratulations to the G3C founders, Jeremy and Mona, huh?
right.
15 years, y'all. How kick ass is that? So
That
yeah,
place is
we
so
need to support them. We still need to support them, and we need to support Vehicle City Social Club and anybody else who's trying to have that community attitude. Me personally, if I got to a dispensary, I would want to look at the weed and smell it and investigate it. That's something else. A lot of times they won't even let you open the package on site. Like, you can't look at it. You're not supposed to touch it and feel it. What? You can go to the G3C in the Vehicle City right now, and I guarantee you they'll let you. The caregivers up there will let you inspect it and look at it, and they're not afraid to let you smell it, or probably they'll even let you try it. You know what I mean? That they're so and knowledgeable, and so literally they care. Like, that's what I've always been impressed by. Like, yeah, it's a valuable commodity. Okay, yeah, we knew that, but still, we always acted. Most of us would act with a lot of compassion towards each other, spend that time communicating or sharing their growing or results, or just literally sharing the weed together. That's like my favorite thing about it. Besides how it obviously, I like the smell and the looks, flavor, taste, but I like how it brings us as a community together, and how we share it. We even share it with strangers. Not so much anymore since COVID, but honestly, if I'm standing around somewhere and somebody's smoking a good joint, I'm gonna ask if I can try it. Like, I'm not even gonna act like it's weird. Like, I'm just gonna walk right up and just like put my hand out and grab it. If
that's
I
another
can get
thing
away with it.
I want to give you some props for, buddy, is you don't know how much needed those parties were during COVID. I was there, and a lot of us came from all over. Like I said, you honestly don't realize how many people watch this show that actually your party is like the one of our favorites. This is the one everybody likes to come hang out at. But during COVID, you offered us a spot to get together, kind of forget about the bullshit that was going on. And we sat there in a like semi normal environment as it could be. And we fucking passed joints just like we were supposed to. You know what I mean? To me, I respect people that want to smoke their own joint, but to me, there's just something about that. And then handing it to the person next to me so they can feel that the same vibe that I'm feeling. It's just like breaking bread. We're experiencing something. We're sharing a moment. Even when you're smoking your own, you still get that, but there's just something about that pass to me That is, you know what I mean?
It's saying to what it says to me is that you respect that other person. Like it's almost disrespectful if you don't share it. Like you're saying you're not worthy of this joint to share it with you. You know what I mean? Like that's how I always felt when, especially a long time ago when we were kids and you're starting to get in with your friends. Well, you shared it because you were friends. Think about it. Like that meant you were accepted. So if you're standing there in a room or in a party or in whatever, and somebody's gonna just like a cigarette kind of hit it and blow it in your face, that's not very friendly, is it? I mean that's kind of I don't really know if that's socially acceptable to be honest. I mean it's not sharing, it's not polite. The polite thing to do is to offer because it's good and you're gonna want to share it. There's no reason to be greedy, especially if you're a grower. You got unlimited weed. Like you don't have to worry that you don't have another joint unless you forgot to bring it with you. And never leave home without your weed. Don't be ashamed, even if you're going to a fucking funeral, a tax event, a tax. What do they call them things? Anyways, anywhere you go, I don't care where you go, a water park, the movies. If you have a medical reason to have cannabis, don't be ashamed not to take your weed. Like I literally carry my weed everywhere I go because I don't know when I need it. Just like when I didn't know if I needed my inhaler, I try to go without it, but sometimes you just need to breathe better. When I hit this, it's like hitting an inhaler for me. So not only do I get the buzz or the relief of life, just relaxing, peaceful feeling of having good, amazing cannabis, of course, but it has a secondary benefit that it opens my lungs. And if that's not more important than someone accepting you, I don't know what is. I'm not going to sit there and not be able to breathe so they accept me. If you're that stigmatized and you think cannabis is so bad that I can't even breathe it for my medical purposes, who is the one who's really to be ashamed? And it's not me. And again, I'm not going to blow it in somebody's face. I'm not going to be disrespectful, but I am going to be okay. And I'm a cannabis survivor. That's how I look at it like that. After this long, like I'm a medical cannabis survivor because of having this plant in my life. And I appreciate it. I appreciate anybody who's ever stood up for it. So many people came out to those ordinance fights that surprised me, that would stand out there and hold picket signs or go into those meetings and bravely speak up. And that's intimidating. There's police in there. You're on camera. There's all these board people that sit up in these chairs above you. Many times, you're felt to be diminished, but we were there and we supported each other, and it was powerful. When you got about 20 or 30 of us in one of those closed meetings or open to the public meetings, but like a small room, you could feel the vibe in the room was on our side, and they would start to listen. But if you were a smaller group of, say, 10 or less, they would bowl over you and it diminish your words. But we got to be pretty powerful with our cannabis advocacy group at our ordinance meetings. We would get at least 15, 20 of us, and then we'd get like MLive would come out and do an interview, or TV5 would come and record the event, put it on the news and stuff. And, it felt good. We knew we were making an impact, and we knew that other townships were watching us right there in Flushing, Michigan. So hopefully we made them think twice, but a lot of times they didn't even care. They would just just go about their day and have these ordinance meetings. But we fought the good fight, man. I'm glad that's over because I don't have that in me, dude, to go around fighting everyone's township. That sucked. It should be up to each township. So if you're out there and you're concerned about what's going on, you should probably go up to your township and see if they're trying to start an ordinance, which is probably not happening anymore. But, not just cannabis. You know what? Learn that lesson. Your township does what you say. Like if you live there, they will literally do whatever you say if you say something. But if you don't speak up, they're going to do whatever they want. And typically what they want is not in your best interest. So that's what I figured out doing these ordinance meetings over time. And I also learned how to deal with them, which you have to be polite. It's hard. It's very hard to do. You're pissed off and they're making harsh laws and rules against you, but you still have to be polite and talk in a somewhat respectful manner. and get through to their heart. You got to hit them right there, bing, and you got to tell them, man, it's about life and death. A lot of times, cannabis isn't about getting high or recreational, as a lot of people think, or whatever a stoner means in their mind. A lot of times, it's really about life and death, about survival, and about healing yourself and being okay in this lifestyle, in your own lifestyle, your own freedom. So that's what it is, isn't it, man? Cannabis is just freedom.
Yeah, it is.
It's just the red, white, and blue, or in other countries, I hope they all understand that they need to tell the government that we're not going to get the death penalty, and you're not going to put me in jail over a plant. And matter of fact, like I told Flushing Township, and by the way, I'm not against them. They're good people, dude. The people on that board, they didn't even know what they were doing, dude. They got told to do that shit by somebody else. But they didn't just come up with that. Okay, I know for sure that was like forced on them. So I'm not even mad at the township board people. They're actually really good people at the end of the day, come to find out, just by talking to them. And, they're my fellow citizens. They're my neighbors. Our kids go to school together. We shop together at the grocery store. Like, we drive on the same streets. So we should respect one another, but we had to educate them, dude. And it was a lot of work. Took a lot of my time. Took the time I should have been, whatever, being greedy, dude, having a cannabis license for a larger grow, or finding some rich guy to be my partner, or, whatever. Um, Getting all those energy rebates from all those commercial growers that bought all those lights. I never did that. I could have pursued anything. And you know what I pursued? Trying to stop the wall from caving in on us, man. It sucked. I spent a lot of hours I'll never get back, hundreds of hours fighting cannabis ordinances, and away from my family too. I hated it. But we did good work out there, man. We did fight the good fight. Me and Jen Bronson is one person that helped me a lot. And Amy Carter, Latrish Manson, Ryan Bringold, Joe Sullivan, a lot of people were there. I really appreciate that they came out. They didn't have to, dude. They just took time out of their family to come on, talk to my township and other townships. They really showed up, and I appreciate them, because the people of Flushing, the growers in Flushing Township, they didn't want to put their name out there. They were afraid. They were afraid that the police would know that they were the growers, and that they would get in trouble, right? So instead of fighting, you know what they did? Nothing. Just didn't. They never spoke up. They never showed up, man. And then you'd go to other townships where I'm fighting now, because we were successful in Flushing, right? Now I'm the ordinance guy or something. All of a sudden, I got to go to these township meetings. Like, shit, man. So I'd go to these meetings, and the people from the township wouldn't even be there. And then the board members would ask me, "Are you from here? Because you don't seem like you're from around here." Like, well, I'm from Michigan. This is a Citizens of Michigan attack. Like, you guys are part of a coordinated attack on all of us. So don't worry about if I'm from whatever, Saginaw or whatever went to, Ann Arbor, or I don't know exactly. You have all these cities we would go to, Livingston County. I don't exactly know where we went. It doesn't matter. We would go there representing every single grower and patient in the state of Michigan. It was intense, dude. But now I get to deal with, and that's funny. Now I get to deal with the township zoning administrators and the clerks and stuff. But we're really friendly now, because we're just talking about existing ordinances. We're not trying to fight them or change the ordinances. So they take your call, they call you back, you know, they'll bend the rules for you. If you show them if you are nice to them and you show them an acceptable site plan for solar, they'll say, yeah, that makes sense. Don't worry about the words, the ordinance. I'll sign it. You're good. Oh, no shit. Thanks, Larry. Appreciate it. So, just by being respectful and nice to the people that are seemingly against us, it goes a long way. I mean, it's the only way we were even heard. If we went in there screaming, they're not going to listen to us. They're going to kick us out. If you go to a township board meeting and you are disruptive, they can arrest you. We were threatened. The chief of police of Flushing pulled me aside and said, yeah, buddy, I know you're the leader. I'm like, what? I'm not nobody's leader, dude. I'm just sitting here trying to come to the meeting. There's 25 other people over there. He's like, yeah, you're their leader. And, you got to tell them that they can't be interrupting the board members, because we're going to start arresting you guys. I'm like, what? Sir, don't intimidate me. See that building over there? It says Flushing Township Hall. It's owned by the public. It's not owned by the board members or the police. You guys just work there. We own that building. So we're going to go in there. And if there's anything being said that's unjust, or you guys are going to try to force these ordinances, all of us are going to speak up, sir. So you're going to have to bring a bunch of handcuffs. And nobody got arrested. And we would raise a ruckus in there, dude. They'd start to vote on some, and we'd start hollering or interrupting them or talking out of turn, because that's how they do you. They let you into the meeting, but you can't speak. You're not allowed to say anything. It was a very big learning experience how the government works. So I had to educate myself. A lot of things happened, man, during that time, 2021 to 2023. Think about it. They're trying to make up these ordinances that literally harshly affected the community. And so I had to remind them, what is the definition of an ordinance? Is to have rules in place that would allow peacefulness in the community and allow everyone to be more agreeable and to be able to get along. And so if it wasn't affecting the will, if it wasn't the will, it's supposed to be the will of the people at the end of the day. And so that's kind of where we would stand on that moral ground, that the people voted strongly. 63% said that we wanted weed back in 2008. And so why are you guys trying to make it illegal, like seemingly illegal, pushing us backwards, decades? Suck, dude. But, now, though, if you read the ordinance in Flushing Township, it's badass. It says you can be a grower. You can cultivate your own plants. You can grow in your house. It says if you grow for people that live in your house, you don't have to even be subject to the ordinance. Because they thought there was going to be like thousands of people coming in for permits, and they were afraid of too many people requesting it, so they couldn't keep up with the workload or whatever. So it pretty much made the ordinance agreeable to all of cultivation, where before it made it illegal. It was so harsh that it said you could not grow in your own house. Nobody was allowed to be a caregiver in your house. You were supposed to have 5 acres of land, and then you had to put up a building in the backyard to grow your plants in. And it could only be, and it could only be 325 square foot of growing area, and that couldn't be more than 25% of your building. So you had to put up a 1,500 square foot building, whatever, and only have a little quarter of it to be a growing area. And you know what I told them? Look, we're going to grow in our houses because, it's like a person. You want to keep them warm and safe, and, you want to be with them more than just out in the barn like a livestock or something, like you don't want to keep them out there. And I said, I promise that we won't have the plants sticking out the window. Like, we'll try to keep them within the confines of the house. We're not going to like have the buds out the window. And if we grow in our backyards, we promise not to let the buds grow over the neighbor's fence. And if they do, the neighbor can cut the buds off and they can keep the ones on their side of the fence.
That's the way a tree would work if it were, a tree on the fence line.
Seems fair, right? I always had fair. I mean, sometimes they would laugh, little humorous ideas, but I would try to come up with something that made sense. Just think of it like growing vegetables outside or whatever, you can grow in your backyard. It's not illegal. It's just using the sunshine. I mean, that's the most basic concept. You just stick a plant in the ground and let the Mother Nature grow the whole thing. You don't even really have, as long as it rains, you don't even really have to do anything. And they made that illegal because that's a good point right there. None of the local growers or anybody else showed up enough that stressed that outdoor was important. And I was fighting 27 different rules, and I told them outdoor was important, and I tried to fight for it, but I'm not an outdoor grower, and I just didn't have enough weight behind me to impress them that it's okay. And so I'm pretty sure the ordinance reads that you're not allowed to be a caregiver outdoors in my township, just because of what their ordinance says, whether or not it's something they're going to pursue. But, they were just trying to stop us from having, 72 plants that were all 2 to 3 pounds a piece, taking up a football field, which again, the law said you can have 72 plants. It didn't say what size they could be. I just didn't do it because I didn't want the attention. I don't need any problems in my life at all. I like to be peaceful, and I just felt like that would be bad attention on myself personally. So, but I know a lot of growers that sure enjoyed the right to be able to cultivate outside, and as long as they had their cards, the 72 plants, go ahead, count them all you want. Just don't destroy them. I even heard so many stories about people with helicopters over their plants, and then they would sit there and watch them count them fly away.
That'd be a nerve-wracking moment there.
Yeah, they're hovering. They're hovering. You just wave at them. But no, I mean, that's the thing is I just never attracted that kind of attention. And the main thing was too, since I was in the limelight, I'm on the radio and stuff, and it's kind of getting, the store's getting notoriety in a way back in the early 2010s. I didn't want to get in trouble because it would have put a terrible black eye on the cannabis community. You know what I mean? Like, oh, look at that grocery store owner getting arrested, or got caught having too many plants, or he was growing out in that barn back there. People think that. People think I'm growing my barn. Like, dude, it's dirt. Got dirt out there. Toys. Like, I don't cultivate on that site. Matter of fact, I had to promise to the Vienna Township Board of Development of Authority that sold me that building that I wouldn't. I mean, I wrote them in a letter. I told them I wouldn't. I'm just going to sell dirt and light bulbs. I'm not going to cultivate out there. It's illegal, for a lot of reasons for me to be doing that. So I'd love to, man. I'd love to finish off that barn and, fence off my property and have, 5,000 plants or whatever. But that wouldn't that take the fun out? Have you ever actually thought about that? Like, did you ever go walk around one of those grows? I see a lot of people that are working, and only one time that I see people happy. That was my family at Michigander Fire in Mount Morris. They're badass. Them people are cool, and they have some good weed, and they're actually having fun over there. But most of the time, these cannabis facilities, I don't see anybody having any fun. And the weed, like the air smells bad because it's got all this like dosatrons and like I don't know, what do you want to say? Force feeding. They're force feeding their plants, right? And so the gas that comes off of it smells bad. Smells like a rotten chemical smell. I don't think you're going to get that good of weed when you're doing that to a plant. It's kind of like when you force feed the chickens, how they just don't even hardly develop wings or feet, and they just get all fat because they get more meat on them. That's kind of what they do with their plants. It's a distortion of cultivation, right? So I'm trying to be on the opposite spectrum, Eagle. I'm trying to be on, like, if you're going to grow, try to mimic Mother Nature. You can perfect it inside. Like you said, LED lights, they've taken out all the harmful spectrums of the sunlight to make it just those spectrums that the plants love. And they've added the ultraviolet spectrum, which you can't see with your eyes. And they've added more reds and far colors, violets and greens and every kind of color. Reason why they did that uh, was they wanted to be able to cultivate without the heat and the electricity of those old bulbs. Plus, those bulbs were really toxic. The manufacturing process and to destroy all those bulbs every year was expensive and bad for the environment. So, with these LEDs, I think that I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive that the potency and the quality of the weed has went up tremendously just by the advent of the LED light itself. So if somebody's starting to grow now compared to 10 years ago, you're really lucky because you can walk in and buy a $500 LED light that's, barely going to cost you anything on your power, and it's going to grow the best weed that you can get your hands on. So it's awesome, man. I still believe in cultivation. I still think that there's plenty of room for people just to grow at their own home level, even if it's 12 plants. That is one. Let's try to be positive. That's something good that happened out of recreational, that you can't get arrested and you don't have your card for growing a couple plants in your basement. So you shouldn't be
Yeah,
afraid. Nobody should be afraid to try it.
we are blessed in that aspect that anybody, can throw down a light and a couple plants. To speak on the recreational side of things, I'm not really a fan, buddy. I'm right. Um, I still view this plant as a very medicinal thing, to be honest with you. I'm with you on the protections of the cards. With it being recreational now, you can be charged or terminated from a job from being high off your cannabis, just like you'd be intoxicated from alcohol. Without your card, you know what I mean? If you had cannabis in your system or you were buzzed, and we'll say from cannabis and on your work or whatever, you would have legality to fall back on your medical license. I need this. You have a fight. But now if you don't and you have cannabis, now you're just high on the job and you can go.
Same
You
thing
know
with
what I mean?
driving a car. Think about it that way. Anybody who likes to drive a car and says you're a recreational cannabis user, you're at risk for what do they call that one? Operating under the influence or something. They'll take your car. Who knows what they'll do to you. And I'm not saying you're totally protected, but if you have your medical card and you just happen to have cannabis on you, or it might smell like in your car, you're still not illegal. They'd have to really, it's kind of far fetched to say that you're operating under the influence when it's a medical license. That's the beauty of having that card, is that you're pretty much saying I'm a cannabis veteran and that I'm safe using my cannabis in public, or I'm safe having it in my car, or I'm safe on the job, or I'm safe even driving. I think you're safe driving. It's okay. Let me put it this way. If you think you're safe driving, then you are. Now, if you're questioning it, like, oh, I'm too high, or I don't know if I can turn or maintain the speed limit, you probably should have your friends drive, or just wait a little while. It'll wear off and you'll be back to feeling safe again. But a lot of us would say there isn't a time where you're going to take cannabis and be unsafe driving. Now, if you take one drink of alcohol, that might multiply the effects of your cannabis, and then you would definitely not be safe. Or if you've been out drinking too much that night and you accidentally take a puff off a doobie, you're going to be thrown for a loop. Have you ever had that happen, where you drink a couple beers or something, or maybe a couple shots, whatever, and maybe have a little bit too much to drink at dinner or something, and then you grab your bowl or you fire up your joint and you hit it a couple times, and all of a sudden, whoa, man, you're like really, really messed up. You ever feel like that?
It's been a long time, buddy.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
haven't drank I haven't drank alcohol in going on 29 years.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good.
So
That's good.
a little fun side note to that, if you'd like to hear it, is I
Sure.
gave up alcohol for my first child. I used tobacco. I rarely, sometimes would smoke cigarettes, but I usually chewed. I chewed from like age 12 on. So with my
Chew.
second child, I gave up tobacco. You know what I mean? Just kind of ease things, you know what I mean? A little whatever. Better myself, better my family. You know what I mean? Third child came along. The only thing I had left in my life was cannabis. And I was like, yeah, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. I'm not giving up my cannabis, but I would gladly gave up the alcohol and the tobacco without hesitation. But yeah, it's been 28 years, 20
When you
going
live
on
a
29.
clean, that's just called living a clean lifestyle. You know what I mean? Like making decisions, the right decisions, really. But I wouldn't trade cannabis for the world, dude. I wouldn't not have it in my life. It's the thing that makes it enhances my life. It does. There's no drawback. when I smoke good weed and I go to sleep, the next day I wake up and I'm excited because I have good weed. I don't feel sick. It's not like a desire to smoke because I'm addicted. It's just because I want to eat good food and drink good water and have good friends and listen to good music, and it just makes it all that much better. You know what? You know another thing? Cannabis helps me work. Cannabis helps me put up with the daily grind, the monotony of maybe doing the same thing over and over, or it's Monday morning, getting rid of the Monday morning blues, or pretty much just about any old time. I add cannabis into my work day, my schedule as much as possible. And what it does is it makes it a joy to work. Like tomorrow, I have to design solar systems, and that can be complicated. And using these computer programs can be tedious. And, if you make one mistake, you have to go back and correct 25 other things. So it really helps, most of the time, unless you overdo it, I guess. But if you're in that zone, you're just taking your day and you're on your own pace. It literally helps me to endure what would seemingly be more difficult or almost sometimes impossible to do. I can push through with cannabis. So it it makes me better than what I would have been, I guess, is what I'm saying. Because I would have gave up, it's just, oh, it's too much work, or I don't know about that, or I don't have time to do that research or whatever. But isn't it more fun when you're smoking and like, okay, I'm gonna sit and learn about this technical thing, or I'm gonna have more patience to have this conversation, or even when it's with my sons, I guess I can add that to it too. When you're a parent and you got to deal with a trying baby, adolescent that's screaming all the time or something. I don't know. It helps me not to react. Like they can't really push my buttons if I'm calm. It keeps me calmer. And so I guess I can laugh it off more and make my kids laugh instead of getting to that point where I'm reacting to them being a kid. And then next thing you know, they're upset because I'm yelling at them, and then everybody's fighting, and the kids are getting in trouble because they're screaming. Well, if you could just joke around with them a little bit and be on their level, makes you a better parent in that way too. Smoking cannabis makes you a good human being, man. That's what I'm saying. But it's got to be good weed. If it comes from a bad place and it's not grown with love, how are you going to get the vibrations of a better lifestyle?
I think that's a lot to do with, you were talking about the bigger grows and stuff like that. I think that's recreational cannabis. I think
Oh
that
man.
once you stop loving what you do and it's just like work, or that's the environment, that's in the end product. That's why, the home grow right there, you're happy to be in there. You know what I mean? The plants are vibing off you. I think that they definitely, and we interact with our vibes with our plants 100%. I think that's what the craft is, the interaction with the plant. I think overall recreational cannabis will wear out in time. People will see that stuff at the stores is as heartless as, you know what I mean. It just doesn't have the heart to it, and they'll want to get back to finding the farmers market, the connoisseur market, the craft, if you will, and that'll be the people that stuck it out and continued to cultivate good cannabis. I think it's going to come back around. I think people in time will get sick of the recreational cheap cannabis and want something better. And in my opinion, I think this is just my prediction. At that point, I think we'll see more long term flower, the sativas and stuff, that when we were growers for patience and whatever reason, we'll say, we
Overages.
didn't want to we didn't want to put we didn't have the time to cultivate a plant that went 12 to 18 weeks. You know what I mean? We wanted them 8 9ers so we could flip them, flip. You know what I mean? We didn't want it. We appreciated the long flower, but it just didn't work well in our system. So I think with more and more growers Not so worried about flips. You know what I mean? To make the dollar, pay the bills. I think we'll see more and more growers going, this one's for me, and it kicks ass. And you know what I mean? And
Well,
more
yeah, when
people
we
will
all
want
have our
that.
limits, I'm not going to want to flower a 4 or 5 month strain. I mean, that would be a little bit annoying, but because, obviously we got to, get our plants through there. But I'm willing to, that's a good point. I'm willing to give that plant whatever it needs. And so the couple times you harvest it, maybe you harvest it a little bit earlier. Okay, I'll try 10 weeks. I have a strain called Granny's Panties that, with a good environment, you don't want it to go too long because Granny's Panties is about a 9 to 10 week, maybe 11. So if you go too long, it doesn't make it any better. A lot of times the buds will kind of get almost like instead of dense, they'll get a little soft and just not bigger. And I don't know, just how it is. If you overcook anything, a pizza is a good example, or toast or whatever. If you burn it or you overcook it, it's just not going to be as flavorful. So there is a timeline for every strain, but it's also based on the light intensity and many other factors. But based on a stable environment over years of growing, uh, I still grow this strain, like you said, that's probably not a moneymaker if I was trying to make money off it because it is a 10-week strain. It's going to take a longer period of time. But that's the only sativa that I've found that's like a very high percentage of sativa, probably like 90 to 100%. But it's the only one that I found so far that doesn't give me some sort of a paranoia feeling. Uh, it's just a very uplifting, like you'll want to clean the house or, you know, it will literally wake you up. If you feel tired, you won't be tired anymore. You won't be racy. Okay. You're not going to be not able to sit down and relax and enjoy your day, but it certainly is uplifting and just a nice opposite feeling of a couch lock. If you can imagine the opposite feeling of wanting to lay down and go to sleep or stuck in your chair. So it's definitely sativa, but I've continued to grow it because with the organics, I'm getting this nice like hazy citrusy flavor out of it, and it's just a fun strain to keep around. But it is easy to get tired of it over time. I mean, like most strains, you get worn out with it, I guess. But I don't know, for whatever reason, I've kept that one. Granny's Panties, you guys. That's probably another '90s strain, I'm guessing.
Oh, it is. If you just let me grab my book over here. It's funny that you brought her up because I've grown granny panties. If I grab my journal right here, I'll show you. I was growing it in like 11. I've talked about it on the show. People like laugh
It's
over the
funny.
name,
It is
but
hilarious.
definitely a memorable string. Hold on, let me see. Just give me 2 seconds. But
No
yeah,
problem.
definitely a great string. I'm glad you still grow it. And it's so a lot of people thought that was like a vanilla kush at one
No,
point.
it's real
Has that
hazy, real citrusy. Yeah, it's a good flower though. That's a nice strain to have as an opposite to my Northern Lights. So I found two strains that I'm probably going to keep them over time. And then the other ones, I've been trying a lot of Tiki Exotics lately. He's got these phenomenal cuttings, and they will already be kind of like, you know, s- went through all the different breeding and all the different techniques until finally it's a pretty good cut of that strain. So I've been pretty lucky to come across quite a few of these state genetics cuts, Tiki Exotics. And besides that, I'm not really looking. I guess that's the other kind of point I'd like to make. I'm not necessarily looking for a strain right now because I feel happy. I'm just happy with the strains that I have, and I'm thankful for what I have. And I don't want to live a life of wishing I had something else all the time. I'd rather just kind of be thankful for what I do have. So I'm gonna keep the Granny's Panties, Northern Lights, and then we'll see what else happens. What you got there? I see it says something there. Granny Flowers or something there.
Yeah, she was
Renaissance Love.
flowering at 12, granny panties.
Nice. That's probably when I
Yeah.
started growing her. Yeah, right about that time, 12 years ago. And I had it for the most part. I might have lost it once. My buddy Daryl gave it back to me because he had it originally, and then he's lost it a couple times, and I've always gave him cutting. That's kind of why I keep it too. I think is because one of these days Daryl is going to need it. My buddy Daryl, he's going to want me to give it back to him. So probably for that reason. And also when I tell my fellow growers about it, a lot of times they'll want to get a cutting of it. So it's just one of those ones that people have heard about and it's not readily available and you can't just get a seed. I don't think it's in seed at all. I think it's actually a clone only. So it's just one of those funny strains. Once in a blue moon,
Now,
she'll
if
give
I
up.
remember right, that was a strain that developed and came out of Detroit. No, a Michigan bred strain that came out of Detroit. That's what I remember about the granny packs, or was always told.
I got all kinds of stories behind it. I've heard a lot of stories about it. Yeah, and it smells really good. I mean, that's the thing of it. Over time of growing it and using the organics, I noticed that the smell is phenomenal. And you open the jar or the bag and you immediately know. You don't have to write the name on it. You just know by its look and its smell. That's Granny Panties. Like, it's distinct. It's unmistakable. So, and again, nothing that I say here means it's the best. I don't want people to think, oh, he just keeps saying this, he must think that's the best. There's no such thing in my opinion. My favorite strain is just cannabis. I like it all, really. I like any strain. If you grow good, organic, flavorful stuff, then I like that. Or anybody else that grows, as long as it's not offensive, as long as it doesn't have chemicals or dead bug carcasses or, remediation, or let's just say sitting around old, no terpenes, all that jazz. I'm not into it. Obviously, I don't want that. But if it's good grown, quality grown, I like all the strains. I mean, they're great. But I'm only going to grow a few of them. You know, I know a lot of my friends over time that I'll ask them how they're doing. Like, oh man, I'm stressed out. What's going on? Oh, I got like 50 strains in my bedroom right now. Like, why do you have 50 strains? Like that's insane, man. No wonder you're stressed out. Go kill like 40. Go keep your best 10 or something. Relax. You know, if you just find one good one, if you want to get into the cannabis industry and actually you know, get a name for yourself, find really like one or two good ones and just grow those for a while, and you'll get really good at it. And then all of a sudden your whatever version of like I got Deadhead OG, man. If I grew a bunch of that, I could literally put that on the map. Like that could be a very popular strain. It's called Deadhead OG, but it kind of like it was popular and then it just kind of faded away and it's not around much anymore. But I have seeds of it still, and they're probably good. They're been kept at room temperature in a little plastic vial. They came in 2012. I got them from Attitude Seed Bank. Remember that place?
Mhm.
Attitude. We were ordering on that, and I got them in the mail, dude. I grabbed it from the mail and I hid it in my shirt. Like I knew it was the package, and I ran inside, and everybody else had been getting empty packages with the FBI letter in it, but mine actually
Mhm.
had the seeds in it, dude. You got
I
that? Oh
still
man.
get fucking red checks on anything that passes through the Chicago hub has a red check on it to this fucking day from Attitude orders. Yeah,
Damn.
I remember.
I got mine. I only did it one time and I got a free shirt and I got some free packs. But yeah, I got some really good Deadhead OG. I can't wait one day. I'll just probably do that for myself for like a birthday present or something. Is go through those and pop some seeds. I got some OG Ghost Train Haze #3. I'd like to try again, but I did 3 seeds and they were all male, and that was my first experience with males. If you've never had a male plant, it literally looks like testicles on your bud sites where the internode grows a leaf and then they'll have a hair right there and it starts to get the hairs when it flowers. Instead of it being hairs, it's like seed pockets, 2 seed pockets, okay? And then you'll have thousands of those all over your plant. So the best thing to do is to identify it early and then get it out of there. Place like a garbage bag over it or something, plastic, and just tie it off and just gently carry the plant out of your room so you don't disturb any pollen. Accidentally become a breeder. You don't want to accidentally become a breeder. So we just try to grow female plants, and you have to be brave enough to pop a regular pack of seeds, right? I mean, the female seeds are stressed out or whatever. They're purposefully made to be female. There's going to be some stress in that process. So they say to get the pure genetics, you want to go through a regular pack of seeds, which those are kind of hard to find sometimes. So, but if you can get your hands on regular seeds, don't be afraid to pop those, because you're going to find out of a pack of 6, you're probably going to find a good one, 1 or 2, just phenomenal expressions of that genetic. But, one time, so we were talking about, genetics and bad genetics. For years and years, I told people don't get clones from each other. We don't want to be known in Michigan as the community of bad genetics that shares bugs and mold. We never had good weed because we didn't take the time to be breeders and grow from seed. So I was always telling people to get, seeds, because we didn't have good clones. Everybody was trading bad clones. Well, then State Genetics and Tiki Madman started making these awesome clones that were really good, clean, and he still offers that service for medical patients. So he's one of the good guys out there trying to help us keep our hands on these genetics so that the corporations don't buy up genetics and don't let us get our hands on them. Can you believe that they would, try to corner the market on a certain strain or whatever? That's just dumb. So we can get our hands on them. But one time I was at a concert and I was hitting, maybe it was Granny's Panties, or I don't exactly know, some kind of good weed. And I was thinking, man, if this was clone only, and I'm telling everybody not to trade clones, they would never get to experience this strain. So you got to be brave enough sometimes to take a clone, even if it could be risky, and you got to put it into a room and grow it for at least 2 weeks by itself. It's called quarantine. And we used that word before COVID came out. This was actually what we did, and we still do. You want to quarantine your clones if you're going to take a clone into your garden, so that you can get these genetics that you want without damaging or risking your other plants. And even that, there's this stuff called hops laden virus or something that gets in the plants, and that can kill your plants and you don't even know you have it. So there's a lot of risk involved when you're taking in clones, but if no risk, no reward, right?
Yeah. I prefer the seeds myself. I appreciate a good clone and having a piece of something that's great, but I also enjoy having something that people don't have that's just as good. But all in all, there's something special for me about doing the hunt, calling the numbers down to the one pheno that I've liked the best. And now I have some pride in the selection, to where if I get a clone, it's like, okay, the work's done, that's good. But I always have that extra love for my seed plants. You know what I mean? Them are the ones I can spot, as you're saying, like the granny panties. The guy, I can tell you each one of those plants I've started and chosen. You know what I mean? Almost without tags, versus the clone I appreciate, but I just never do the work for it. The ones that I've popped, and them are always the ones that I feel like I'm a huge part of the process and have a harder time giving up, versus the clone I kind of received. I don't know. I have a harder time calling the ones I've taken the whole process through.
Did you notice how healthy the seeds are too? How they look? Just sometimes when you grow a seed and you're comparing it to your clones, it makes the clones look kind of pathetic. And before, you thought the clones were looking good and your garden was looking good and it was healthy. And then you'll put a seed in and you'll actually see what a healthy plant looks like. And it's a different experience for sure. It makes you feel bad. Like, okay, now I have to reevaluate the rest of my plants, because this thing is so, you get a power plant, dude. That thing just wants to grow with the thickest leaves and the big, beautiful edges leaves, and so healthy, So that's something you got to keep in mind, is don't limit your genetics to don't limit your genetics to anything, you know, continuously search out different strains, and please try to keep our community alive by going to events. Like what I want to tell you about is Daniel Job. Everybody be his friend on Facebook and look him up on Instagram. It's my boy, man. That dude is so cool. He's going to have an event called Gems and Genetics. It's at Sarnes Resort. It's on June 6th and 7th. If you want to have a good time with fellow cannabis survivors and advocates and cannabis patients, and listening to really good music, you should go to Gems and Genetics Festival, June 6th and 7th. And if you like the Grateful Dead, he's got a headlining called High Rider, HyrYder, and they're supposed to be like a top uh, jam band around. And they're playing headlining set. There's some other OGs called Mendo Dope.
Mendo Dope.
Mendo Dope.
Friends of mine, Mendo
They're
Dope.
playing out there. And a lot of cool bands, Ganja Girl and Less Older and all kinds of cool people. So anyways, let's get together out there. I might actually set up my tent out there for Energy Freedom Solar and smoke hello bunch of good weed and, you know, hook up our community with a way to grow cannabis for free for the future of our life. There's no reason that you sit there and have to pay your power bill like that, man. That was never cool. I never thought that was cool the whole time. I swear, that's one of the biggest things why I started the solar business, because it pissed me off. Like, man, how much is your expenses? Well, most of it goes to the power company. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, it's $1,500 a month. I was just blown away that somebody in a little tiny house was paying that kind of power bill.
Yeah, it's sad. Around here? We've talked a lot about Joe Pietri. Came on the show. Who's Gold Crown Seeds, an old hash smuggler, but he came on. It's been a couple years now, talking about a difference in light schedule. He brought on the 12-in-1, basically, like a 12-in-1 in veg, and he argues the fact that we're crazy for running 12-12 in flower, that nowhere in nature does a flowering plant necessarily get 12 solid hours, that we can get away with 8 to 9 hours in flowering, and with the 12-in-1 we don't even have to do the 18. So the 12-in-1 would be keeping your veg light on 12 hours solid, 5.5 off, 1 hour on, 5.5 off, just enough to keep your veg cycle. I've ran it and love it. I've seen positive things from it. I was running the 8-hour flower when I had to shut the grow down the last time. And I'm just haven't got into I'm about a week into my flower right now, and I haven't pulled the time back. But I was seeing great things from pulling my lights back in flower as well. And just another way he was saying that us as growers need to kind of duck and tuck and roll a little bit, stay at looking for every corner we can cut to stay alive. And, by dialing our lights back, with cutting our electrical costs back, was going to be the only way we could survive as cultivators, was basically his point.
That's pretty intense, dude. To think about it like that. I mean, I don't know. I've been trying to prove it kind of the opposite, that you can veg under 24 hours of light. And I proved that actually. I've been using 24 hours of light for the whole time in veg. Not to save money, obviously, but to create a stable environment. And it's working great. I mean, plants veg perfectly fine under 24 hours of light.
That's this light this is my veg behind me right here for now. And that light's on 24 hours a day right there, mainly for heat purposes.
Yeah,
But
that too.
I have vegged under 24 hours. There are some pluses to that. Now, taking a plant from that 24-hour and putting it into flower, I've noticed a way quicker onset of flowers, bud sites, and everything. I would say almost a week off. Most of the time you don't see bud development until week 3. You go from 24 hours straight into flowers. That's almost like 2 weeks now before you're seeing good bud development. Before, to get results like that, you'd see people or hear people talking about the 24-hour darkness before flower. You know what I mean? But I found just the opposite. You go from 24-hour to directly to flowering, and yeah, everything seems to speed up. Have you found that to be true in your experience with the 24
I
hour
just
veg?
don't. I don't have time to go to the darkness anymore. I don't have a space to pull them into. I don't want to turn off my bedroom lights because I have my little veg plants on the table, so I can't really introduce darkness like that anymore. And if I don't have plants in my flower room with buds on them, I feel really bad. Like if if I clean out my entire flower room and then it's empty for any day, I never liked that. It only happened to me one time that I had a whole room of the same, let's say all of them finish at once. So I cleaned out four lights or whatever, and then I just turned the lights off and let the flower room sit there for a couple days because there was no plants in there. I hate that. So I decided to just always have perpetual. So I'll have like a couple of lights that are about to finish up, and while I have a couple more lights in, say, week 3 or 4 of flower, and then I'll have other plants and veg under 24 hours of light that are 3 or 4 foot tall, and they're waiting to go in. And then, of course, some smaller ones in little 1 gallon pots, and maybe some clones. So that I keep the entire life process from the clone to the flowering pretty much going at all times. So there just isn't any room to take and put a plant in the dark. And that does that actually happen in nature? I mean, they don't really go from 24 to 12, but they don't go to 24 hours of darkness. And I don't know, just this doesn't seem to be very helpful for my style of growing in my environment. Um, the bud sites grow just as quick. It seems like, like you said, a couple of weeks you start seeing noticeable flowers regardless. So um, there may be some truth to all of that. As far as being able to alter your light cycle to get a light saving, like a power bill savings, I mean, I don't know. It's pretty minimal. I mean, it seems like it's going to affect your health of your plant. You know, once you stress a plant out, it's going to follow it for the life of that plant. I mean, you're going to have a hard time overcoming just about any stressor that you put into it. So, well, I've noticed that they're happy when you go from 24 hours to 12. They're not unhappy. They just start to flower and they're fine. So, and I like to trim up the larvae stuff. We didn't talk about that. I don't necessarily like to grow small buds. It's not really fun to trim it, and there's just no real reason, and there's no weight to it, and it's just kind of annoying. So we trim off all the bottom branches, and anything inside the branches that we keep that we know are not going to put out a decent sized nugget. We just trim that branch right off, and we do that to help the plant actually get better yields and to be healthier. Just a cleaner canopy. There's a lot of things to that, but undergrowth can attract a lot of problems, uh, mainly diminishing your weight, but it can also create mold and bugs, a place for them to hang out, harvest, and kind of diminish your health of your plant, make your plant sick, if you will. So I wouldn't be concerned with the light cycle and trying to save money as much as I'd be concerned with trying to keep the healthiest garden that you can at all times. Now I see your plants; those are cute. See it behind you there. Didn't see them
Thanks.
before. That's cool.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. There's actually some nice genetics back there. I've got a few. This one is funny. I just like, okay, I'm gonna start again. I'm gonna just drop 10 different strains. Yeah. But there's some strawberry brulee back here. There's peanut butter bread, jelly breath, some ghost OG, some Eagle Knievel, some High Mac from Smiley's Gardens. There's a little bit of everything back there. And I tell you what, I to reiterate like the medicinal side of growing, man, through the last few years, man, I have like anxiety has become a thing and it has become more and more. And I tell you what, there's just something as quickly as my head can spin, just standing in front of those plants for a few minutes, just like stops it and just like lets it all calm down. And then I can just pick and choose. But that garden can take me there. You know what I mean? Not and you just can't put a price on that. the time that I have spinning those plants once a day, pulling a leaf off or whatever, is almost like my meditation. I'm not thinking about myself. I'm not thinking about anything but the betterment of those plants right there. You know what I mean? I put myself aside, I put the world aside to just think about that moment. And then it's very, it pays back. It pays
I call
back a
that
lot.
I call that being in the zone. You found something that you can be in the zone with, right? When I was at the store, when we were talking to growers, we would be in the zone. I would be in the zone with them. And I knew it wasn't time to go home yet. So I decided to stop wearing a watch at work because I didn't want to give off the vibe that I was trying to do something else, or I didn't even want to think about the time as being important. When you're with a grower and you're talking about cultivating, you're not in a hurry. Plant, Plants don't like to be rushed along, do they? That's the point. You have to go at their speed. So while I was speaking to a grower of varying levels all day, so you had to communicate at their level, whether it's high or low or in between. You had to know all the levels. And so I removed the aspect of time. And when I was talking to a grower, I felt like I was in the zone. I love being there. I enjoy that part of it where I knew that the day was going by. A lot of times back in the old days, the day would be gone. It was over, and you didn't even want it to be over yet because you were having so much fun. It's like, damn, we got to close, you guys, at 7. Can you come back tomorrow? We open at 10. You would just do that all day, or you would stay till 8, or whatever it takes. And we still load dirt, man. We load dirt in your car, dude. We care about you. We actually take the time. My employees, Russ, Thea, Dan, Shane, Damaris, myself, we all will take the time. But personally, nowadays, I'm more in the zone when I'm doing solar bids because it takes a lot of thinking. So I use cannabis after I get the power bill and I go to the site. I have to go to their site and look around and see what they want and all that jazz. I go back to my office and I sit in there. I pack a fresh bowl or two, typically 2 bowls, different kinds of weed. I put on some good music, some Billy Strings or something cool, and I make some coffee. I like coffee, man. I'll make some really killer coffee, and I put honey in it, not sugar. I use real honey, a little bit of French vanilla cream, and I sit there and I drink my coffee and I listen to my music and I smoke on my weed, and I design these solar systems that are so badass, and I'm in the zone, dude. And it doesn't feel bad. I'm not even at work anymore. Like I can't believe I can do that and get away with it. So, and it's so much fun. And because it used to be really hard, just like when you first started growing, how hard it was. Probably, a little bit of a learning curve. And then you're happy. You get to be happy with it. I'm so glad you found something that makes you happy, dude. That's kick ass. A lot of people don't have this outlet in their life and they're just unhappy and they don't know what to do. But
It's a
yeah, for
sad thing
sure.
that money is involved in that. You know what I mean? The cost of all that shit. Because I would, I could do that. I could literally be lost in the plants all day long. You know what I mean? And just be happy with that. Just the end. That yeah.
I almost
That
did. I almost did. I almost just hired people to work at the store and started my own grow back in like say 2015 or something, way, 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 way back before recreational was a thing. Just because I saw everybody doing it, I mean, they were happy, dude. If you
I
used to have a
think that's
shitty
what
job,
fucking killed us. I think that's what fucking killed us, buddy. I think that basically it wasn't just recreation that killed us. It was the people that didn't want to come out and support us because they didn't like our lifestyle. I really believe this because as you talked as about discrimination today, is even up until just even a few years ago, and hell, I'd say it still applies then, to look at somebody directly in their eye and go, or they might ask you, what do you do? Well, I used to be a carpenter that worked for myself, but now I'm a caregiver. And then the reply just kind of changed like, okay, like you're not, you know what I mean? You're not doing your part or whatever. You're living. You're shunned because you're enjoying. You know what I mean. You've chosen a life that you're enjoying, and the people that have to go to work and hate their jobs don't like that.
Okay. So after I got discriminated against today, I was smoking weed, all like enjoying my weed, and I was reasoning what that person was trying to say. They're such a cannabis hater that they don't want me to enjoy my cannabis or my life. Like they're trying to say that I'm offending them by taking my own personal life into my own hands. How does that how does that offend somebody if I'm in smoking a bowl? How tell me how this pisses somebody off, or how why do they even care if I'm smoking weed? What does that have to how does that bother somebody? I could never imagine that bothers somebody.
The part that pisses me off is it comes right back to quality of life. We do. I tried to be a caregiver because I loved my woodworking just as much as I like to grow weed, but I will love the quality of life that it provided me. Not less stressful. I wasn't beating my back up. I was chasing a dream I loved. It was a great quality of life. Cannabis outside of that improves our quality of life 100%. You're sick, whatever. It may not heal you. You may have jumped in a little bit too late, but it'll give you a better quality of life all the way out. You know what I mean? Cannabis all the way out improves the quality of life, and people don't. I don't know why they just don't understand that. You know what I mean? What's the hating in that? So back to you, okay? What's the hate because you've chose something naturally to improve the quality of your life. Now, to that same person, and or if it friend, family, is it better for them to have, in their eyes, a less quality of life because now it's okay to choose pharmaceuticals that have all these side effects, and you're taking more bullshit to just cover up all the bullshit? That's okay to have a. You can chase that for a better quality of life, but you can't chase that plant that is so much healthier for you. You know what I mean? What's to dictate the better
Think about the
quality of life for
perspective
you?
of that. Yeah, think about the perspective of the person who tried to say that to me. At first, I tried to think to myself that they must be like literally a saint that just is so. They don't do alcohol, they don't do drugs, they don't do pharmaceuticals, they don't do weed, they don't do nothing, and they never would and never have. And that's how they can sit on such a mental high horse, right? But and I told my friend, this guy, really good, he's been I've known him for a long time. He stopped by the store to get some blocks of Pro Mix Sunshine Mix today, and I told him the story, and he said, "Hey, don't worry, he's an alcoholic." What are you talking about? He's like, "Yeah, he's an alcoholic." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Alcoholics hate cannabis. They don't want you to get high, and they just don't want you to be around uh, pot because they are on alcohol." Like I never realized that that's what it could be. I mean, maybe the guy's suffering from some sort of an addiction like that, and in his mind, that's better than pot and whatever. I don't know how he. I don't know where he didn't tell me the nature of his hatred, and I don't want to know. It doesn't matter. I just know that you know a that's a lost cause at this point. 16 years into medical legalization, and you're gonna still be like that. And you never met anybody. You never met a patient or a caregiver that told you a life changing story of how it helped you. So that's kind of a lost cause. And then B, we're talking about I was gonna be he's gonna be my client. I was gonna make a little bit of commission, like some money off working. I don't want that installation. I don't want to do business with somebody that secretly or openly hates me or you or all of us or whatever. I'd rather not even work for somebody like that. So I'm going to go out of my way to politely tell people my background. And if they give me a shunned look or they don't want to communicate with me, that's okay. Because the world is full of people that appreciate leaders and powerful people like us and individual thinkers. And, if you're a stoner out there that doesn't know anybody like us, well, guess what? You're not alone because there's a ton of people that smoke cannabis and have their own mind and don't have to be a sheeple or just a part of the plan or whatever, a part of society. You can be the best part of society because you're just your own person And that is the whole idea of freedom, is that you get to just enjoy your life. And you don't have to have cannabis to enjoy it. I'm not telling you to smoke weed or not. But if you do, don't let other people try to tell you that you're doing something wrong, for Christ's sake. That is such a judgmental point of view that is so unacceptable in our circle, that we wouldn't judge each other. I mean, if you're on alcohol or drugs, I'm going to try to help you, and I'm going to try to give you some cannabis and replace it with something positive in your life. But that's it. I don't even really necessarily believe in intervention. I mean, you should be your own intervention. I mean, with cannabis in your life, it's going to allow you to have that introspective thought that you might not have taken the time to actually examine the other parts of your life. Is this okay to drink this much? Is this okay to smoke this many cigarettes? Is this okay to whatever, do drugs or whatever? Like, I'm pretty sure. You know what? I'll tell you this much. When I smoke cannabis in the morning, it makes me not go to McDonald's for breakfast, because I know that it's poison. I know that greasy ass, whatever the hell food is not going to be good for my body, and I'm not going to feel better. It's probably going to give me indigestion. It's probably going to give me heart disease or something stupid. So when I want it, by the time I take 3 or 4 hits off my bowl, my brain says, "Dude, go eat a peach and drink a protein shake or something. Like, it's just sitting in the fridge. Don't even stop at the fast food places, because it's not good for you." So it keeps you honest, in your heart. It keeps me, so when I'm doing sales, I'm not up there trying to be greedy and lie to people, dude. It just keeps me, so I just help find out what they want, and I just try to help them get what they want. So if they grow their plants and they do good, then they can be successful and they can take all the reward. And if they grow their plants and they kill their plants, they can't come and blame me, and they can't come and blame my staff, because I didn't make them do that. And I wasn't just thinking about making money. I was trying to help, have them be the best grower they can be. And that's the same thing I'm going to do with energy, solar, freedom here. We're going to be the best installation that we can be. So if it fails, well, you just give me a call and I'll come fix it for free. I'm not gonna put in a half-ass system, ego. I wouldn't do that. I'm gonna put in the best damn system I can. It's gonna last at least 30 to 40 years perfectly operating. If it doesn't, I have to work on it for free until it's perfectly. That's just the kind of person that I am. I'm not gonna go to sleep until it's done. Or I'll rest, but I'm gonna get up the next day. I'm gonna spend my time and money for free to make sure that what I put my name on is at least my little dent in the earth. At least I didn't go around doing crappy work and you know ruining my reputation. I mean, over time you get a reputation of what you are, and I hope that helps me in my clean energy business. And so far it has. I mean, it's taught me the patience of dealing with it, but at the same time, you got those haters out there, dude, and as soon as they hear the word cannabis, they just got an opinion that sucks. But oh well. I'm not supposed to. You're not going to get every single person to agree with every single thing out there. You just got to accept it, I guess.
We just got to keep having these conversations just to see if we can keep opening the eyes of more and more people to the real power of cannabis and cultivation. That's
Well, the owners of the businesses don't tell the people that they smoke weed. All the lawyers and doctors and who knows whatever. I'm just saying, like, all the professional people, they don't have these conversations, right? They just do whatever they do. So society doesn't really know that a lot of those people are like advocates, unspoken advocates. It's a wild, you know what I mean? It's wild. It should just be known that it's okay. Like, it's globally accepted at this point. Enough states have proven it's okay to have a medical program or something going on. But speaking of medical, doesn't that suck that you can't? I mean, if we didn't know how to grow weed, good thing we know how to grow. If you didn't know how to grow weed, I don't think you could actually find good medical weed right now. It'd be really hard to find it.
well, it's not even being
That's
pulled
scary.
for the medical reasons. I mean, at one point, we were taking good records of what strains had what qualities for what. And that's kind of getting left behind in the recreational. I really, in my heart of hearts, believe that recreation was put forth to kind of take the momentum away from what medical cannabis was really doing. We were opening up a lot of people's eyes. We were taking a lot of money from big pharma, alcohol, tobacco, all the big three. You know, what's the best way to discredit all that or take the conversation out of it is to make it recreational, which is kind of very a huge slap in the face from telling us that it was dangerous. Schedule one, so dangerous we've got to fucking break it down into, now we're dissecting the plant into molecules that are now individually illegal or legal. You know what I mean? It's that dangerous to just flip and go, yeah, nothing's wrong with it. Everybody smoke it. Cool. We'll open one up on every corner. What happened about it being so dangerous? You know what I mean? That's bullshit. You're totally overlooking the fact that it has tons of benefits, and now saying that it's not dangerous at all or whatever, but you're not even continuing to point out the positives. You know what I mean? It's all hush, hush, hush. You don't even talk about that. In fact, a lot of these times when we see a lot of these events and stuff like that, we don't even hear about medical cannabis anymore. You know what I mean? And that should be what the push is. I'm glad everybody else can go out and purchase cannabis. Cannabis should be for out. I'd rather see somebody, needingly or not, go home and smoke that joint after work and be able to function and be with your kids and whatever. Then you go home and try to shake off your shitty day from the job you hate with a drink, and now become, you know, less likely to operate your car right, less likely to, want to be a part of your family, be with your
It
kids and
makes you
shit like that.
sick, dude. When
Yeah.
you drink excessively, which you would, you would go. It's a gradual increase to get that same buzz. It makes your body responds by feeling sick. It pukes or just gives you a hangover or whatever you want to say. That's not good. That's not a natural response to something. I mean, and you and I know if there wasn't cannabis, how many more people would be drinking? I would probably, and a lot of people. I don't know. I can't say I would or wouldn't, but it was in my back and all my family history. A couple generations ago, my grandpa probably drank like a fish. But like I told you earlier, I'm the first of my kind. Dude. I cut a new thread. I found the green sticky icky. I quit drinking by the time I was probably 14 or 15. I know, like when you're a kid and you're older, your sister's boyfriend, he'll buy you a fifth of Southern Comfort when you're 12 years old. You're probably gonna retire young. I got burned out on that stuff as a kid. You just hate. It's like taking chewing tobacco the first time and make you sick. Or remember drinking alcohol the first time? It probably tastes like Kool-Aid for you, like it did me. And then I got sick. But try to take a nap in a snowbank with like a t-shirt on, like just blacked out. Anything that can make you black out, I don't want to be a part of that. Oh, well, don't drink that much. Well, I I can smoke a pound of weed. I'm not going to black out. I'm probably going to be tired and I'll be hungry. Might start laughing. Might have to take a nap, but I'm not going to black out. I'll remember everything, and then I'll wake up the next day and roll another joint, move on with my life, and be a productive, literally be a productive member of society instead of some bedridden, pickled. Let's be honest. If you drink alcohol from the bottle, like you drink it like liquor, you will get liver disease and you will die at any age. You could even die from the first time. You can get alcohol poisoning and die on the spot. Ask any number of college kids in sororities that were doing the what do you call that when you have to get into the sororities?
Oh, the hazing.
Hazing, hazers, you hazers. And they haze you and they make you drink that shit, and it can kill you. So don't fuck around with it. You can haze me with weed if you want, I guess, but I still don't want to get in that tunnel thing. Have you seen those things kids get in there? Like, the money machines where you grab the money?
Yeah.
Nowadays they got these weed machines where you get in there and they have a leaf blower that they hook up and they blow the cannabis inside the tunnel. It's like the thing you do at spring break.
That's a bit extreme. Huh.
I try not to do that. No, and I don't like taking edibles, dude. Like I'm a hardcore stoner. I love smoking weed, but I don't like taking edibles, and I don't like, anything where I can't judge it. With an edible, you just eat it and it tastes awesome. A brownie, or whatever, a piece of pizza, some spaghetti sauce, meatballs, whatever you can say. Edibles are amazing, but you get so high, like you're tired. Like for 2 3 days straight, you feel like something off it sometimes. So I try not to do the medibles at all. That's just not my thing too much. And I know some people akin growing flour to like hops. You ever heard people talk about that? Like, oh, you just grow flour. That's like nobody talks about hops and barley when they drink a beer. Yeah, it's an ingredient in beer. You're right, but flour is all you need. I mean, I don't really need the the distillates. I don't need wax, even though I like concentrates. I don't really need it. I'm very happy with just a organic flour, bag of flour. It's good enough. I guess I'm just simple like that. I don't need vaping pens. I like hash. I mean, I love hash, like, collecting hash off of trimming. That's nice. My buddy makes some really good stuff. I like to try it, but I guess I wanted to know how to grow buds. I teach people. I'll teach anybody how to grow, and that's it. Once you grow it, it's up to you. You could take a bath in it. You could make furniture out of it. You could make a house out of the stalks. I don't know. You could make clothing. I still have my hemp rope I bought at Bonnaroo 2006, dude. I still have it. The guy made it. His name was Twiggy. He wouldn't let us take his picture. And my friend was going to take his picture, right? Like he was like making this rope. He's, twisting this rope for me. This guy's had like long hair, old guy. My friend was like getting ready to take his picture. He goes, whoa, 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 wait. No, you got to ask him. Hey, sir, can I take your picture? And the guy looks up, smiles. He don't even look at him. He keeps going. He goes, no, you just got to live in the moment. He wouldn't let him take his picture. So it was cool. I've had a lot of experiences, man, going to places like that, music festivals and stuff. Really, my best days of my life before my kids and wife was at these places, going to these concerts. And you better believe we would take weed and we would buy weed. And we always had weed at these places. I don't think we did never not have weed. Like at a concert. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fire up a joint at a show. It's best. I want people to like weed, and I hate this rag on dispensaries because some of them are owned by good people, but they got the wrong intentions. If they're going to buy corporate cannabis and put it on their shelf, we got to get corporate cannabis out of Michigan. And I don't know, I don't really know how to do it besides to start up a nasty ad campaign that tells the truth that you probably get sued for. It says, "Oh, the truth is that that's poison," and show everybody why it's so bad. And I'm not even sure, Eagle, if you showed society at Michigan, people of Michigan, if you showed them the remediation and the bugs and the mold and the false tests and all that, I'm not even sure if they wouldn't care because they can get it cheap. It's just the dollar is just so cheap. So that seems what happened.
Sad that
But
that's true.
they laugh
It's
at us. They laugh at us like, oh, how much do you spend for growing? Well, we, spend our time, our money, our power bill, our, buy nutrients. It costs quite a bit, but it's cheaper than probably what they pay. At the end of the day, I mean, I think I can grow for about 50 cents a gram if I really try. If you grow a pound of weed under a light and it costs you $500 to pay your power bill and your nutrients, which it shouldn't cost that much, that's $1 a gram, right? That's an eighth for $3.50. That's an ounce for $28. You ain't getting no good ass organic dank ass weed for no $28. So nobody can sit here and tell me you can't grow for the same price as a dispenser. You can grow cheaper and better. Anybody can. It just comes down to the laziness factor, I guess. I don't know what the, you know. Let's go back to 2018 real quick. Remember 2018 when it became recreational? I don't know if you were around a grow store at all. Everybody was like excited. You know, all the grow store owners. I was excited. Oh yeah, thousands of growers are going to be in buses, man. You guys get ready. Here comes everybody that didn't grow before. No, everybody was already a grower. They already either had their card or they already said, screw the system. I'm just going to grow anyways or whatever. Just ignored it. So the wave that, was promised never happened. But we did peak, dude.
The opposite effect is what it did.
Yeah. What's that?
It had the opposite effect is what it happened. 100%. And that's why in the beginning that, I give you so much props. I can understand how hard it's got to be to keep the doors open right now. And
it's just lame, dude. I'll tell anybody. I'll tell any grower or any grow shop owner or any business human being or the government or the licensed growers, anybody, I don't care. You can judge however you want. Having a grow store and today, right now in Michigan in 2024, it's pretty lame, dude. I mean, you gotta really love it. I mean, if you didn't believe that I wasn't about the money before, which I would always say that, if you don't believe it, look what we built up there. I gave every penny back to the store that I could. I always put it back into our business. It's beautiful. So the caregivers built Clio Cultivation. And I thank every one of them for that. And that was amazing times. And we knew what we were doing. We were building a family business. But if you're still open today as a grow shop, you are in it for the right reasons. The only way you're not is if you're connected to, like, say, affiliations of commercial growers. Obviously, that's not going to be a good vibe grow store. But, if you're just a grow store still open to serve the public, the actual growers, I honor that. I mean, I praise you because I can tell you for a fact it's not about the money anymore. You got to be in this for other reasons. You cannot, continue on. If you're looking at your books, you're going to close your store. So most of them have already done so. I didn't start this for the money, Eagle. Never really was about the money to me. I'm just a kid from Clio. I'm not supposed to have no property, no business. I'm not really supposed to happen, is it? But it did, and it is real. For the longest time, dude, I would go to the bigger building, like say in 2015, 2016. It was got the paint and lights and everything was looking nice, it was new. And I'd go in there in the morning, like 9 o'clock, and unlock the door before anybody got there. And I'd look around, dude, like looking for somebody to come in there and tell me that I had to leave. I couldn't believe it that it was my store, dude, that actually belonged to me. So it took me a long time to accept that I owned it and that we did that. It was such a great feeling. Can you imagine that community effort that we all did that? That was so cool. And in 2020, we peaked, dude, when everybody was stuck at home and we were an essential business, man, there was so many growers in 2020. It was even greater than the other years. I mean, we literally peaked. So I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun. I still like seeing the growers, and I still see some of the old growers come around, and like you said, they're coming back a little. Here, we notice they're coming back some, and we're here to help growers. I don't care if you're a licensed grower or not. We just don't like corporate cannabis growers. If you're a multi-state operator, we don't really care about helping you. But if you're a licensed grower and you're a good person, we want you. We do need your business. We'd love for you to come to the store. And if you're a caregiver or just a rec grower, hell yeah, we want you to come. We're definitely not going to turn you away. We're never not going to help you. So that's always been our first and foremost attitude, is just being open every day, dude. We just don't open on Sundays because I got to rest, man. I got that one day I can just chill at home. But I mean, we pull, 10, 12 hour days a lot of times, all the time, still until this very day. But I'm going to incorporate the clean energy business because it's the only thing that's going to save cryocultivation. Cryocultivation is not going to exist without your help of coming to the store to buy nutrients if you're a grower. But we're going to have to incorporate the energy business to save the day the next year or two. We're ramping up for 2025 right now. By the way, I didn't tell you this part. 2024 is still just getting our groundwork done and getting our feet wet. 2025 is going to be the most unbelievable explosion of business that I've ever seen. It's going to be more demand than all the grow supplies put together that I've ever sold, I feel like. And I'm not, like I said, I'm going to keep the supplies where they're at and I'm going to keep the soil where it's at. But in the middle, you're going to see electric hot water heater, electric stoves, electric dryer, solar panels, batteries, generators, electric panel upgrades, electric EV chargers, there's probably about 10 things that you might not have been close to and touched it yet that you'll be able to come in and play with it. And, we'll know about these things and we can install to make your home not just able to grow your weed off those panels, but heat your food and do your laundry and everything. Run your whole house off of electricity for free off the panels. So we're trying to tie all this together. So it's kind of cool that cultivation kind of pushed me into this other field. It's kind of a matter of necessity.
So, how bad would it be for somebody that, it's funny you mentioned, your township wanting to have a separate building. I see more and more growers, getting little 16 by 16s and throwing them out in the backyard. So how difficult what would it be like and a lot of people don't want to actually, tie that in with the house. You know what I mean? It'd be easy to put up 16 by 16 back 40 of the property and throw some solar panels on it. And so
Yeah,
what's something like that?
you can. What
Yeah.
you'll do is if you don't want to have it tied into the house, you'll request for a new service. You'll get a meter and say you want 200 amps. That's good. It's plenty. And then you have a meter that you can calculate your kilowatt consumption off your bill. And you need to have 12 months of history. So you run, and if you don't, at least have like 6 months at least. So you run your new building. It doesn't have to be a grow, by the way. It can be a barn or a guest house or even a new build home, for example. It's always the same. That we don't, when we apply for interconnection with the power company, we don't tell them that it's to grow weed. It's none of their business. It's just kilowatt hours on paper, dude. This is all a computer system. It goes by a permit plan set and line diagram and a site plan. So we just need history. And isn't that cool that my role is to help you navigate through this very treacherous territory where you're trying to run a cannabis grow off of solar panels and get energy credits in the summer months that you can use in the winter months. See, that's the process of interconnection. Having a backup battery is a great idea until you look at the cost and they only last a little while, like just a few hours for $13,000 is 10 kilowatt hour. You can burn that up in, running 10,000 watt bulbs, you can burn that up in an hour. Okay. Think about it. One 1,000 watt bulb for 1 hour is 1 kilowatt hour. So a backup battery doesn't get you very far. But it's a good idea to have. And the reasons are many, including your solar panels work when the grid is down. So having a backup battery is awesome, except, well, see, you can't hold your own power enough. There's no way. So what you do is you run your power as much as you want for 12 months. So let's just say, I don't know, you ran 50,000 kilowatt hours. That right there, you would need roughly, I don't know the numbers a second, 80 panels, okay? So once we connect these 80 panels, what's going to happen is in the summertime, you can't use it all because it's going to be producing 20,000 watts or 25 30,000 watts. You don't even run that much. So you only got a 10,000 watt garden, right? So what are you going to do with the extra 10 or 15 20,000 watts? You're going to store it into the grid. So the grid is your battery. Okay. In the winter months when it's cloudy out, you can't produce enough. The solar panels don't produce on a cloudy day very good. If it's snowing, it's dark out, obviously. It's a lot of cloudy days. So we use the grid's storage for free, or pretty much for nothing. You just pay a small little price of distribution. It's 4.5 cents. So a grower could store your energy from, say, April through September, and you can use your energy in October, November, December, January, and February. A person with $1,000 a month power bill can save in excess of $500,000 if you're going to continue to be a grower. So if you've come full circle and you hate corporate cannabis and you're ready to take hold of your life and grow your own medicine and have good weed, the first thing you want to do is set up your garden and be efficient. Don't be wasteful and run 1,000 watt lights. Probably invest in new LEDs. They last 10 to 12 years, by the way. So you run out and grab a couple of those and try them and see what you like. And then you turn everything on as if power was free. Just run it as much as you want and assume that you're going to get the solar panels set up because you know me and I'm going to do you right. I'm not going to rip you off like a lot of the companies out there. And so once you get to that 12 months, I'll know on your power bill is going to tell the kilowatt hours. And there's a website called PV Watts. And on PV Watts is 40 years of weather data for solar activity of every zip code in the United States. So I can calculate within about a 5% accuracy how many panels you would need to offset your power consumption at your home, your grow, your farm, your business, your whatever. That's what I like about doing solar per se. It's not that you're guessing. You're not guessing it at all. You're using real world data. Badass. So you can get 100% offset, dude. Listen, I'm not trying to sell you solar panels necessarily. I'm trying to you to understand that you can grow weed for virtually nothing. You can run a hot tub. You can run a welder. You can charge an EV. You can run your business, your house. All that works off solar panels. But it's not always sunny, right? So you need the grid to hold the sunlight energy.
Makes sense, and especially in the aspect of space saving. You know what I mean? Not having to put all those batteries somewhere and the
They're
cost.
expensive. They're very expensive as well. There's just no way to do it. I had 12,000 kilowatt hours at the end of the year last year saved up. Each battery costs $7,000 and they're 10 kilowatt hour. So 120 of those, I don't even know. That's millions of dollars. Like there's no way to, you know what I mean? There's just no way to hold all that.
You
And then
think
in
that will
February,
change a little
what's
bit
that?
with like, you think that will change a little bit with the solid state batteries that are coming someday?
The prices are going to come down and the capacity is going to go up, but it's only slightly marginal. It's not going to be. We don't anticipate a gigantic breakthrough as far as that goes. We're not going to have 1,000 kilowatt hour batteries sitting around everywhere, anytime soon. So luckily, last year, the state of Michigan voted a new law that said that 10% of the grid had to be grid tied clean energy solar systems. So we're only at like less than 2% right now. So I've got a lot of work to do, bro. And I finally figured this stuff out. So now I just need people with a power bill. And I'm not kidding around. Anyone with a power bill that's going to keep it, fairly stabilized, they should get solar panels immediately. They're every day that you have an electrical bill without solar panels, you're storing your money away. It's the craziest thing. When you have solar panels, you're not throwing your money away because it's creating its own power. And you run your loads, you try to run your loads when the sun is out, right? So you turn your lights on from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And, going back to that theory of turning your lights off to save energy, yeah, you turn your lights off from midnight till 6 a.m., right? Your bedroom, if you can, just veg 18.6. I'm an advocate of 18.6. I don't know about 8, 1, 2, 12, whatever you were saying. That's kind of wonky, but a similar schedule to ideally not run so many kilowatt hours, that's fine. You want to be efficient. You want your dollar per gram to be low. I want to be like, imagine if we could grow for like 10 or 20 cents a gram. It'd be awesome. I might even start growing food indoors. This summer, because of the food spike, the price of food, I'm actually going to try an outdoor garden and I'm going to use the old M3 from my plants to put into the ground. I'm going to mix the soil. So half will be my garden's M3, the other half's going to be whatever's in my front yard, sand, not much. And I'm going to water them like with a RV hose. I'm just gonna like probably use city water, honestly, but I plan on watering them on the dry days, and I want to see if I can grow some dank cucumbers and tomatoes and I don't know, peppers. And I'm just tired of paying for food right now. It just seems like it's too expensive and it's not very good quality most of the time.
Oh, it's not. It's
I
not.
had lunch today at Panda Express. I hate to knock them, but man, it was terrible. It was like all breading and no vegetables. I even asked them for more vegetables. I was trying to be healthy. The rice was bunk. Like I don't know. I did not have a good experience at fast food today. Like, food is so important, man. I mean, come on. The older we get, that's really more important these days is the quality of our food.
Oh yeah,
And it's being
definitely.
controlled. They're saying somebody was saying we were posting about remediation of buds. Somebody said our food is remediated, dude. They said that they uh, put it through the remediation process, like our vegetables and our fruit to get the molds and the stuff. I'm like, what? Our food, like our fruit? Yeah. Like a lot of this stuff comes from other places and they remediate it before you eat it. Well, you can't trust anybody, man. You can't even trust them to grow good food or something.
No,
Nuts.
no. In fact, them people, it's that big business again. Where can we cut corners to put more money in our pockets? And unfortunately, we're the ones that paying for it because they're not eating the shit. You know what I mean? They're yeah.
Look at this. I'm sitting here at the table, right? Just chit chat. I don't know if you can see this or not. Anyway,
There you go.
it's my son's work at his school, and they got to teach him about money. This is like all the ways to count money. That's nice, but that's where it all begins, right there, third and fourth grade. Uh, you know, value. This is what's valuable, kids. These untouchable pieces of paper that nobody really sees anymore that you have to work your entire life for, and it's going to be a digit on a screen, by the way, that we could take it all away and erase your account in a second's notice, by the way. That's what they're going to give value to, not quality. No, they're not teaching them quality or how to be a free thinker or how to grow their own food or how to own their own business or how to make their own power or collect rainwater. Not that's illegal, probably. Like all this stuff is so messed up in school that they don't. It's the same education that they've been teaching for a long time. They're not really being very creative and the new ways of learning. They're not teaching them to look out for the fact that they're just going to be taxpayers. They're teaching them to be taxpayers, basically. It's just
Oh, they're definitely teaching them to conform. They're not, uh, co- uh, teaching the how to have your dreams, chase your dreams. Like you said, be a free thinker. You know what I mean? Creativity's lost. Conformity is what they teach in these schools nowadays, and that's super sad.
What if we would have gotten to the medical part where everybody knew that it was a medical plant and it was a medical value? They would have had to put it into the school system. They would have had to teach the children from kindergarten that cannabis was our, guiding light. Now it's just that dirty recreational drug that we get paid, whatever they want to say, commissions, or I don't know how they get paid, license fees or whatever, the townships and the state, they get all this money. So now it's just this way that they make money. They messed up on weed, dude. Them idiots. We had it set up good, man. The community was fine. We were growers. Everybody was doing great. I would have personally been happy to get licensed and taxed. If you want to license and tax me and test me
We
out all you want, go for it. Go ahead.
all of us wanted to fucking would have gladly played along with whatever restrictions or whatever we had to go through, but the money came in and tried to push us out.
We
Recreational
ne-
companies pushed us out.
we
Big
never got
money.
a seat at the table, did we? They never even asked us because I would have been the first to raise my hand, like, "Oh, we're fine. We do competitions every year. Everybody passes their tests. Like we can pass or we'll learn. Learning curve, whatever. We'll figure it out how to pass these tests. And oh, you want us to pay tax? Oh, okay. We'll give you whatever 10% or whatever you guys want. We already followed the rules, dude. We were following the rules fine. We were good examples. We never got in trouble. We were good members of society in our community. And most importantly, we spent our money in the communities.
Yeah.
Where's all that money going now after it goes to the state? It doesn't go to the communities. It goes back into their lines, their pockets. It goes out of state, goes to the investors if they even make any money, which right now, by the way, they're all knocking each other out.
Which
They call it
that kind of,
shifting. It's shifting, they say.
if I remember correctly, and stop me if I'm wrong, that was one of the fueling reasons. I mean, yes, the party is on the anniversary, your wife's birthday. It's a double celebration usually in August there. But at one point, if I remember correctly, uh, the event started to square against high times. You kind of didn't like, no, no.
Go
That
back
was
to
a
2010. Go back to
20,
2010. Was there a high times in Cloud, Michigan, or anywhere in Michigan in 2010?
no, they didn't start
No.
coming around until 14,
How
15,
about
man.
11? How about 12? How about 13? That's 4 years, dude. Okay. We were here first. They were visitors. We always had our event the last Saturday of August because it's after Back to the Bricks and it's before Labor Day. Labor Day, you're not going to get people to show up. They're busy with their, final vacations, going out of town. Kids got to go to school. Back to the Bricks, that's a pretty big event. A lot of people go to that. I don't want to interfere with that. It seemed like that was a good weekend. It was still summertime. We already had it set. So they came into our territory and made an event on our day. So I decided not to take it personal. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they don't care. Maybe whatever. That was the day the track was available. I don't know. Maybe whatever. So we just kept doing our event. And it looked like it was some sort of a confrontation on the surface, when in reality, it helped our event because the people that would go to that would come to our party. I remember this, like people calling to me like, dude, we were down there, man, but this place is awesome. We're having a blast. Like, thanks, dude. And we'd be out there at like 9, 10 o'clock by the fire, like smoking out, listening to music and like feeling so good that I didn't feel bad that it happened to be like, honestly, a rivalry, and what hurt was when some of our growers and caregivers would choose that event over our event that they had been our vendors for a long time. So sometimes it would affect me, but typically, we would fill in the event good enough. It was fine. And I never tried to worry about what other events were happening because I put so much into that event that any little thing like that would kind of break my stride. So I just tried to ignore it. It all worked out. But no, we didn't. They just picked that date. I don't know why they did that. That was the day they decided to have their event. And that, what's so stupid and so weird? That happens like every year. It could be almost anybody. It's not always high times. It's other part. other parties and other events, and whether it was on purpose or not, who knows? But typically, there's more than one event going on that weekend.
Well, as modern genetics in chat has said, cloud cultivation is the party you do not want to miss. And I have to agree with that. And I'd like to, those of you in chat and those of you who watch this episode, and by the way, if you like go back and watch this episode, chat comes up with it. So you can kind of read what chat said during the show. But what I'm asking people to watch that are watching now and people that will watch to leave a comment either in chat now or in the chat the comments of the show if you watch it later on. Just leave a thank you, buddy, if you've been to the Clio cultivation events, just because I want him to see how many people actually watch this show that have been to the Clio cultivation party and appreciate what he's done. I think he minimum deserves a thank you from us for many, many years of awesome get togethers for sure. Because it is, for the people that are in the know, that event does have is close to our heart. You know what I mean? It's a small gathering that is it's as down home as it can get. You're made to feel welcome from the time you and you know what I mean, encouraged to stay. The great music. I mean, even after things have died down, you guys aren't like go home. You guys are like fire. Let's light the fucking fire. Get the marshmallows out. Let's for the jam. The bands aren't done yet. You know what I mean? You encouraged to kind of hang out and have a good time. And every time that I've been there, I've wanted to stay. I usually tend to go both days if possible, and it's a great time. If you haven't been to Buddy's party there in August, hopefully you'll be able to maintain, you know what I mean? Because it is got to be getting harder and harder to do.
Well, this year is technically impossible, so we might even have to skip a year. However, for a fact, in 2025, we're turning 15 years old, and our cultivator cup will be 10 years old, and our energy freedom solar will be 5 years old. And so there's too many coincidences. So I can't really speak upon this right now. This is just a odd, tough time for me, for all of us, a lot of us, for me and the cloud cultivation event and all the things. It just what happens is with that event, it takes probably say I don't know from 4:20 up until I started about 4:20 up until the morning of the event to get it set up or to make it happen. So that type of dedication of time is only possible when your business is thriving, right? You can't just dedicate 3 to 4 months when your business is just chugging along or whatever you want to say. You just can't take that kind of time. So right now, I don't have that luxury of time. However, in 1 year from now, I predict that I'll have more time. And the reason why I feel like I'll have more time is because of this profound, overwhelming success of my other business will allow me to actually have more time. So once that happens, I will re-strategize. But let's just say that the participating members aren't able or willing to participate in their traditional fashion. Most of the traditional vendors are not actually cultivators at this time. And the event was to thank the growers. And since all of that is diminished to such a scale, being able to pull off a free event, by the way, it was always free, right? So that it might not be technically possible this next few months. But that's not to say that that event is not going to happen again. But we might have to skip a year, bro. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty much looking at it as, the logistics of it, just the climate, and there's no problem. I mean, I can get a stage, I can get a tent, I can get all that stuff. But just for all the stars to align, 2024 might not be our year for that. But 2025, I'm already sitting here telling you for a fact that I know for sure if you like going to our events, and that's I hope you do, and I hope you bring new people with you, that we're not going to miss our 15th anniversary, bro. There ain't no way we're not going to have a blowout for that. So we might have to just ramp up this year.
I can't say I would blame you, but I'm going to stay optimistic. You know, things do change. Stroke of luck may happen. You never know. But I could say I would understand. Things definitely.
I'll put it to you this way. If I just try to keep spending my time on that, then my other aspects of my life will suffer. Could be potentially a death strike to my other, see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
To
yeah,
my
yeah.
other avenues of my life right now, it might actually do some serious damage. So that's my biggest contemplation, I guess you'd say. I really don't even have time to contemplate it at this moment in my life. I've got to pursue all of my opportunities. And when a business owner needs 414 solar panels, you better believe that's what I'm going to put my time after I get my kids to school. But they're family first. I don't care what it is. My sons come first, my wife. So as long as my kids go to school and they're happy at school, and I can't go, I want to go up to the school and hang out with them, dude. I want to have lunch with them. I want to go to gym class with them. I want to go meet their little friends and play soccer and shit. I want to just be with my sons the whole time. But since I can't go to school and hang out with my sons and see what they're up to, I got to do something. And if I got a business owner, I got to talk to tomorrow at 1:30. Please pray tonight, dude. Everybody pray. If you want the party to go on, you got to pray for Energy Freedom Solar. His name is Mike. Okay, he's from Alma. Legitimately, the guy needs 414 solar panels. I'm gonna save him like I don't know, over $2 million. You guys, me, little old scruffy kid from Cloud, Michigan, is gonna graduate from Cloud High in 1996, dude. I'm supposed to be a GM worker, by the way. No disrespect to GM workers. I drive GM vehicles. I love the UAW workers, and anybody who puts their life in for GM is a badass. But that wasn't my calling, dude. I wanted to be a business owner. I want to help people, dude. I want to help change the fact that this guy doesn't have to pay $3 grand a month for his power bill, dude. He's gonna have to pay like $300 a month now when I'm done with his panels.
Working for yourself, living life on your terms is very respectable. It being in cannabis or it being in solar panels, I respect you the same, brother.
Well, I appreciate you. Thanks for saying that. I tried to tell the guy that just because we're almost 14 years old and we deal with 5,000 SKUs and we have 5 employees, that in itself should be due respect to this. Put the cannabis aside, dude. It's a retail store, and we have to deal with the public, and we deal with 5,000 fucking SKUs, dude. Just rattle your brain for that for a second. I got to be responsible for every single product and make sure that it's good and that the client is happy. If you bought a product at Cloud Cultivation and you're not happy, bring it up there tomorrow and I'll replace it for free. I don't care about the product. I care about you. I care about the growers, dude. I really do. So if I can sit there and manage all those SKUs and try to do a good job, don't worry about if it's to grow weed with it. For Christ's sake, it's just a SKU. It's just the the intricacy of having a business is more respectful than whatever I'm selling. And I'm not, dude. You can go in there and buy our products and grow food. You know, it ain't just pot. You can grow anything. It's for growing plants. But nah, dude, some people try to put us into a box and act like they're better than us, man. That makes that guy not a very good person, you know? That's not a good person, dude. Fuck that guy. I mean, it teaches me a lesson that not to hide my affiliation with cannabis, but to be so proud of it and speak so sure to to go ahead and say it right up out front. Like when I go to these meetings with people, and I show them a printout of our report. Like we just did excess kilowatt hours in February. We had $626 credit. Now we have 706 because it was sunny in February. We have 7,000 kilowatt hours, dude, and we're not supposed to have any left. It's March. We're supposed to be out. We're supposed to have used it. But we are so efficient and we had such a good solar year last year that we have excess energy right now. And I show people that report and it says right on the top of it, cryocultivation. And I'm going to start telling people exactly what that is. I'm not going to shy away from it. And I'm not going to rub it in their face. I'm just going to make a mention of it and move on. And if they want to talk about it, that's fine. And if I sense any disrespect, I'm gonna I'm gonna tell them to kick rocks, dude. I'm gonna stand up and walk out of the meeting. I'm not gonna take disrespect towards any of my Canada brothers and sisters and anybody who's a medical patient. And I'm gonna tell them about Northern Lights. And if they like it, I might tell them about Granny's panties too. I'll tell them about some strains and what they do. Like Northern Lights helps me with this. Granny's panties helps me in this way. Oh yeah, I do have some. Here you go. Thanks for being my solar client. That ends up being like that. As my solar clients, I give them weed. So that's another good reason to be a caregiver, because it's legal to give weed away under the rec law. And so, well, if you find somebody that's a business client or somebody that you want to help out, you can just give them weed just like they're your patient for free. That's legal. And I give my workers weed too, like my employees or my whatever, like my solar panel crews, if they're tired after work and they're sore, I say, here, take some weed home and enjoy it.
Nice.
It's okay. So you should grow. That's what I'm saying. You should grow your own weed just to give it away.
It's a good
Christmas
feeling
is coming.
too.
Christmas is coming soon.
I've gotten more gratitude from people from me giving them cannabis than I have like money. You know what I mean? You put a handful of weed in somebody's hand, they go, "Really?"
They can't believe it, dude.
I know. It's yeah, it's always a great feeling too. You know, and I'm trying. I'm right there with you about trying to get more and more people on the cultivation side. This time of year, I walk around with a pocket full of vials of seeds. And I literally, if I can smell weed on you or you're talking about cannabis, I walk right over to you in a store or anywhere and we'll hand you some seeds and tell you, start growing some weed. It's the
Yeah,
best
or if
thing.
they got a shirt on, dude. Like if they got a cannabis shirt on, probably, huh?
Oh, yeah. I am not shy. I am not shy about like bringing up the cannabis subject and handing out seeds. It's I've been talking a lot about on this show too about pushing an effort to get people to grow. I think it's so important for just legislation purposes, overall purpose, better health. You know what I mean? There's a ton of reasons to get people to grow, but I think it has enough benefits in its own just for that push reason alone. So I give out seeds constantly, but I'd like to come up with I was thinking about 420, but I may be down racing this 420 instead of giving away clones. But I think I would really like to see a day where we kind of like all agree that, a push for to grow cannabis. So we're all, it's pretty much legal now. I could see you not getting in trouble if you put up a table full of clones and just passed them out to people passersby. The thought with the clones versus the seeds is it's a living thing. If you put a plant in somebody's gut, the chances of them going home and like neglecting it or not paying attention to it are like tough. It's tough to watch something die. So if you give them a plant, they're gonna like I really believe they'll put it outside. They'll make an effort to continue the cultivation if you just palm them. So I would love to see a lot of these caregivers and people that grow, just like we pick a day and just like hand out clones wherever in an effort to get more people to grow. I think it would be awesome and a huge push towards the cultivation side of cannabis. I mean, once people do see that draw the benefits that they get through the cultivation side, I believe they'll be hooked, and that self-sustaining manner. You know what I mean? And then once people get hooked, I think now we've got more people that will willingly, show up to the voter polls to, protect our rights to grow. I mean, it's easy if you don't grow or haven't grown to go, yeah, they don't need to grow. We can just get it at the stores, just to eliminate the process. But if you've ever went through the process, I think it'd be more apt to stand up and fight shoulder to shoulder to
Well,
protect
they're
our
going to
rights.
realize they're being force fed. I mean, what what is 30 choices if it's 30 different choices that are not good? Over time, they're going to experience the different effects of a product grown, a grower, a real grower, versus somebody that's growing strictly for profit. So if you go through enough of those experiences in your life, I'm pretty sure you're going to gravitate towards the right outcome. Pretty sure you're going to want to, find a grower, somebody who really takes their time, grows unimaginable weed. You guys, I'm talking weed so good that you remember this for the rest of your life, and you want to grow it. Once you grow that fantastic weed, you want to keep doing it. That's why we keep doing this. That's why we're trying to find new strains, because we have an experience that's superior to any pre-packaged nonsense you're going to find at a typical dispensary. It's just I don't mean to go so far with this, but it is different. It's a totally different experience, totally different satisfaction of taking your own product that you grew and drying it slowly on the plant. You know that it's dried properly. It's not rushed. That's even super important, is the drying process and curing your buds. And when they're done, it is the most amazing experience to be able to grab your own life-saving cannabis and enjoy it yourself. And you did it. You're proud of yourself. Something that you did makes it more valuable than money. I can see why people would light up when you hand them cannabis, because it's such a valuable piece of material compared to a piece of paper that you can go and waste at a store. This is something you can ingest it for an experience of a lifetime. So that's what cannabis has got to offer you. That's what it promises, is more than just a blase cigarette style. This is not cannabis, you guys. That's disgusting. Oh, that's cannabis, man. The good flavors, the terps, the oils, the resins, you guys, come on. Where did our love affair go? Somehow we got caught up with a buzz or with a THC number, man. None of that shit matters. I don't know none of my THC numbers. I just know that the THC is good enough for me. Like, I like what's in it. I go on the smell, don't you? I go more on the smell than what the THC number is, anyways. Um,
Oh
but
yeah, your
I do
nose.
hope you grow your own. And no matter what's that?
Oh, your nose knows what's right for you. Remember the days when we used to be able to, when we Flint had good dispos. If you couldn't, I mean, back when the caregivers supplied the dispos, let's rephrase that. And you could go in, put your nose to the jar, one of many on the display there, and you would find that one. As soon as your nose hit it, you'd be like, that's the one. Not even second guess. That's the one. Take some of that right
Yeah,
there.
what do they call it, by the way? You don't even know the strain name. Like, okay, whatever the person says, like, that's fine. It's just I can tell because I smelled it.
Yeah.
I don't know the strain name. I don't care who grew it. It was a caregiver. It's got to be grown properly. I'm not saying every caregiver was perfect, but like you said, when you smell it, you're pretty much onto something right there. That's why I'm rocking this tropical runts right now, man. I don't know. It's just I like the smell of it, and it doesn't. A lot of these strains I like the smell of these days make me really tired. Even being a veteran smoker of what I say earlier, 34 years, you guys. I've been smoking pretty much 32 to 34 years in there, somewhere in there. I've been smoking almost every day. But some of these strains get me, man. They make me tired, you guys. I don't know what it is, but some of them, and I can't smoke like really heavy indica in the morning, obviously. So I have to be careful. As a daily smoker, you got to watch out if you're trying to be productive. I'm not trying to take a nap at 1:30 in the afternoon. I'm actually trying to work all day and be up all night, just like a person who, whatever, doesn't smoke. So the tropical runts is a good example of a strain that I found out that I like the smell of it, and I can smoke it almost all day, anytime I want. And it only makes me a little bit tired, say, like obviously hours later, it makes you a little bit tired, but it's not a sativa, it's a hybrid. It has the hybrid effects. But it's I call it a daily driver. You kind of get my northern lights going and I'm ready to hit my tropical runs all day.
Nice,
I don't know.
nice.
It just enhances my day. I don't know. I never really had to have a conversation with it. Nobody ever asked me like, well, why do you even smoke weed? Like, I don't really have to explain myself, but I just like it. I always enjoyed the whole process. Nobody likes a dirty resiny bowl. That's no fun to have dirty bowls. I like to smoke out of a bowl. I don't always roll joints. I just hit the bowl from time again. But there really isn't anything about it I don't like. I mean, obviously, growing can be a pain in the butt. If you get bugs or mold or something, you're having a worst time of your life. But once you become a good grower, which only takes so many practices, you'll just get really good at it and you're going to love it. It's freaking sweet. I wouldn't not be a grower. I'm always going to be a grower, no matter how many dispensaries open. That's not going to change my mind. And if a dispensary could supply what I wanted, and I could afford it, I guess I would go there. But number one, I can't afford to go in there and deal with that. And number two, they don't have what I want anyways. They don't even have it.
Well, one of the things for me is, again, kind of repeating something I said earlier, is I don't necessarily always like to go with the stream. I'm very much like, once everybody else is kind of doing it, I don't want to do it no more. So if everybody else is smoking that, I don't want to smoke it already. I want to show up with something everybody else doesn't have, to be honest with you. Every time. If we're going to a barbecue, I don't want to show up with chicken. If I show up to barbecue and everybody else got chicken, I literally want to throw it on the fucking ground and go get steak or some shit. You know what I mean? It's just, that's one of the benefits of growing. It's just having something that nobody else has got. And that's one of the beauties of even getting together with your other grower friends, sitting around and smoking the different, well, yeah, this is what oh, yeah. And then, yeah, that's beautiful when everybody comes with a different flavor. And now we're just appreciating the little nuances of every strain there. You know what I mean? It's not when everybody shows up with the same old fucking shit. Yeah, it's not as special. It's just
That
not
would
as
be lame.
special.
Dude, can you
Yeah.
imagine how lame that would be if everybody had the exact same strain? And that's what they're trying to do. You guys got to wake up to these dispensaries because all these licensed growers are going to get gobbled up. They say there's only going to be a couple of big licensed growers, they say. And if that happens, they're going to control the strains. And you're not going to have what you think is a variety, is going to be a controlled market of bunk. Pure limited bunk is all you're going to be able to get. You guys better pray that the G3C doesn't close. You better pray that the Vehicle City doesn't close. And if you care about growing your own, you better care about your local grow store. I'm not saying just mine, but any grow store. You want them to stay open. If we can't get genetics and we can't get our growing equipment, these distributors are going to shut down, you guys. They can't maintain if there's only a few grow stores. All the distributors are going to shut down. So you won't be able to get your stuff on Amazon because they'll control it to the point where you won't even be able to get your growing equipment. And then they could just say, well, nobody's growing, so we're going to change the law. So you can't be a grower someday if nobody's getting their licenses or nobody cares about recreational. It gets swept under the rug. Next thing you know, you just got to get it from a dispensary. Michigan could revert back to some of these other states that are saying they're legal, but you can't grow your own. So if anything's important right now, it's showing the government that we want to grow our own and giving each other the reason to do it, support each other, and possibly donate to each other. We didn't mention that, but there is such a thing as donations, and we should be finding good growers to donate to instead of giving your money to a controlled mechanism like a dispensary. Why not donate that same money to your local grower, your neighbor, your friend, your relative or yourself. So I say keep the money in our state and keep it in our community. It was so badass, dude. When we had the money in our community, it couldn't have been better. Everybody was happy. That I lived on cloud nine, dude. I got to talk to the coolest, happiest people all day. And they were happier when they come to our store because they were actually successful. We made sure that we helped them as much as we could. Nobody wanted to stop growing. I mean, nobody stopped out of voluntarily. And I'm not mad at any person who ever grew with us and doesn't grow anymore. And even if I'm holding your nutrients still, I'm probably holding half the community's nutrients at the store right now. I'm not mad about it. I understand what happened. It wasn't like you just decided you wanted to stop growing. I totally get it. But there's going to be a time and a place for things to come back around. It's not going to take that many people now to switch over to, being a grower or being a patient. The medical program's still valid. You can sign up tomorrow and get your card. It's a good start again. Just go back and get your card. Stop by and say hi to your local grocery store and, buy a bag of dirt or something.
That's the sad part. I live in Holton Lake. You know where the nearest grocery store for me is? Like 30 fucking miles.
City?
Man,
Like
that's
Big
what
City
it.
Hydro? It's my
Yeah.
buddy, man.
And fucking you know, and that makes it hard for 9 to 5 or fivers, or you know
Think
what I
about
mean.
it, dude. What if there was no grow stores? I mean, the growing community would be even less if you can't get your material. Like, oh, fuck it. I guess I just have to go to a dispensary. This is dumb, dude. I'm just not gonna let that happen. Over no That's why I gotta keep cloud cultivation going, dude. Because under no circumstance will I let someone feel like they have to give up being a grower. That they can't get grow supplies. That is so wrong.
You know, it's kind of the the gentleman that I was speaking of earlier that locally owned. I'll tell you a little story about locally owned. Locally owned came to town. Uh, let's see here, probably about 6 years ago. Hit me up and wanted to buy a bunch of TGA gear, the dank gear from me, and kind of start to set up a grow. It went from that to buying the local grow store, moving it out of prime location, only opening the doors from 8 to 4:30, closed Saturday and Sunday, which I believe was just an intentional move to kind of make it difficult for everybody that was growing in the area to close that son of a bitch down to open up the dispo. So I believe the intention of buying the local grow stores and closing them to turn around and open the dispo was very much intentional. So yeah, wasn't even from Michigan, came to Michigan, bought up our grow stores, closed them, and opened up a dispo with a sign outside front that says locally owned, support your local business, which didn't support us. So that's the common that I see when it comes to the dispo, to be honest with you, which isn't supporting your community at all. I mean, how is that supporting your community?
Yeah, I don't want to seem salty like it's all about, me personally. I've never wanted it to be about me as a person. I wanted it to be about our movement. I wanted to be recognized as a cannabis industry, and I still want it to be recognized as that. So I'm not necessarily salty about what has happened or is happening to me personally because I've kind of moved on. I know we're going to be okay. We're going to be extremely successful. I mean, the future is so bright with clean energy. It's unlimited potential. Come on. But as a whole, I'm personally offended that it's hurt so many people individually, their finances and just their livelihoods, and it's a total mockery, you know. So it's not just, oh well, one person was affected, you know. And you know what's else is kind of weird? Seems like we're so cushioned from the outside world that nobody really knows the effects, like the cause and effects of what's been happening to our business per se, or other businesses like ours. And I don't know, they just don't. It just doesn't seem to matter. I'm sure it matters, but it just doesn't seem to matter as much as it should of what they've done to everybody. So, you know, I don't know how the public doesn't know this and how they don't outcry and how they're not just pissed, like, man, you hurt my brother, or you hurt my cousin, or you hurt my dad, or, you know, you hurt me. You know, people should just really be pissed and tell each other, hey, dispensaries suck. Like, just close them fuckers. Just don't even go to that shit.
Well, we've seen the corporate model come into almost every town. Home Depot, Walmart, drive out our local businesses, lumber yards and shit. We drive around a year later after they came to town and went, oh, look at that building. It's empty. That used to be, you know what I mean? Just because the big bucks and they sucked all the money and revenue out of your town. When you again, we should be supporting the local growers, the people that are, help. I mean, that, like you said, those were great times. All of those dollars spent almost went right back into the community. You
Yeah,
know what
where
I
did
mean?
you shop? I mean, where did everybody shop at? I saw all of our local businesses doing better. Every one of them, all the businesses were doing way better when the growers had more money, when it was the citizens had the money. I mean, isn't that what you want? Don't you want your citizens to be empowered? Don't you want them to be grateful to be a part of your state instead of wish they could move away? I want people to stay here in Michigan so we have better roads and better schools and, you know, better shopping centers and better everything, less crime, and, you know, just a happy-go-lucky bunch of people instead of, like, I don't know, it seems like the if you have a poor society, that tells you right there, people that can leave are going to leave. And then what do you got? Know, people that don't even want to be there. Who wants to live in a place where everybody's stuck and nobody wants to be there? That's not. I don't look at Michigan like that. You know, I think of us as a vacation state where, you know, you live there because you like it there. You know, you should want to live in Michigan, or else go find a place you like to live, I guess. But I just don't want to feel like I'm trapped. I chose to stay here. I was going to move out away in 2010, maybe find a better life. And I did find a better life, and it was the cannabis community. It was our grow store, and I was badass the whole time. And I'm really thankful, man. I had a good time, dude. And I didn't just do it for the fun. It just ended up being a lot of fun. I did it to try to help people grow. And I still feel that's very important. But if I have to move away out of Michigan to pursue clean energy, I'll do it. By the end of 2025, if we're not having a huge party, dude, and I'm not singing the praises of our citizens that they decided to go with clean energy, I will leave and I will go to a place where the citizens accept clean energy into their life. I'm not just going to sit here and suffer and be abided by these rules that are harsh and unfair to society and that people accepted it. That's up to them. But I will never accept what's happened to the growers, and I will never accept the corporate growers being a part of our state. And when they said they lied to us a couple years ago, dude, oh, well, you can't sell your weed at our dispensaries anymore, even though we just took it a few days ago. But that's okay. There's fine. You're fine. There's plenty enough room for both programs. Fucking liars, dude. They didn't want us here, and they don't care about nothing else besides their bottom line. And I despise people that are all about the money. That's just a really bad character flaw in humanity, you know. So again, if society doesn't, and it's not a threat, I promise, dude, I'm gonna pursue my goals in clean energy. And I want to do it right here in Michigan. I want to help you and everybody diminish your power bill and smoke the power company and laugh at them that they're not going to control your bank account anymore. But if people don't accept my idea of how to get rid of their power bill, I'm going to go to a place where people accept the idea of, you know, energy freedom. Seriously, I will go. But I just think it's going to be a great awakening. I really feel like something's about to happen in the next year or two, and I don't want to miss this, man. It's like I feel like it's the cannabis boom all over again, dude. I can't wait to go to work tomorrow. I'm stoked. I got to get to bed so I can go to work. I got designs on my desk stacking up. I got business owners to talk to. I got a farmer I'm trying to work with. I got a guy. I got to finish up the 22 panels we did at his house. He's real proud. I got to get ready to go to Hemlock on Thursday. Guy needs some panels. It's just a little small system at his house. It's enough to keep us going, dude. If you got a hope and a dream out there, you know it's going to be hard, dude. It's going to suck. But guess what? You're going to get there. And it's going to be so cool. You're going to be really proud of yourself. So I'm going to pursue it right here, man. And I hope one of these days I can work for a grower and come back on the show and say, dude, I did it. I got a 12 light grow, man, and their bill was 1,200, and now their bill's $165 a month, and they're growing weed for free, bro. It's gonna happen one of these days, man. It's just not the right situation yet, but I cracked the code, dude. I'll leave you with this thought. I'm gonna go to bed. I cracked the code how to not rip people off and put in solar panels that'll save them money for the rest of their life. And I can sit at my store and watch it. It's not like some bullshit where it breaks down all the time. If it breaks, like with cloud cultivation, we replace lights for free, right? I mean, we replace fans and all that shit. We don't charge if it's under warranty. We don't charge you. Bring it in, and we swap it out. Well, with the energy business, I can see all your panels, and if it breaks, I'm gonna go out there for free and swap it out because you're not gonna get ripped off dealing with me. So that's all I got. And then that's why I kind of want to stick around Michigan. I want to stick around here where I don't mind traveling. It's not a big, busy city where you can't get around, all the time. You can just drive around and stuff. And I'll be honest with you, the people that are interested in solar, they're just like the growers who are interested in growing weed. They're really cool. They're a pleasure to talk to. The problem of it is, I never tried to sell grow supplies to somebody who didn't want to buy grow supplies, right? I never telemarketed for grow supplies. I'm not going to go out in the streets or at the mall and ask you to come be a grower. Like that's obviously you got to get in your car and drive over to the store. You're already, you want to be a grower. We'll help you. Well, with the energy business, nobody's going to just drive over that much right now yet. They're not just going to show up and try to buy clean energy. You've got to go out there and find them. So, out of like 1,000 people, you might find a couple people that'll talk to you about it. Be polite. There's 998 people that are gonna not be very interested. So it's a little bit more difficult, but it's the same exact feeling. Once you get to a person who is happy and wants to talk to you, it's like a love affair, dude. It's like me and you, man. We could talk the rest of our life. I didn't know we were such good friends, but you're really cool, man. I appreciate your show. This has been fun. Thanks, man.
I appreciate you coming on it. And everything I've said tonight about you is sincere, brother. I really have a lot of respect for you and what you've done for this community, the activism that you've done, and the gatherings you've put on for free over the years, man. Because I know myself and a lot of people that have watched and have had very memorable times at these events. The least we can do if you're a grower in mid Michigan is to stop into cloud cultivation, say hello to buddy, buy some shit, ask about some solar. I mean, it's the minimum we can do to help support some of the people that really help keep the grows going, the activism, you know what I mean, that keep the doors open for you being able to grow. I do, buddy. I have a lot of respect for you, and I thank you for coming on. I wish you the best in the solar project. I believe, that's another thing. Every time I've spoken with you, you've been very optimistic, and you can tell that what you see in your head is as vivid as what you're looking at. And to me, I believe in manifestation, and I believe that's the biggest part of manifestation is being able to see it. So I could tell you could see it. So I have confidence that it's going to work out for you, brother. A couple of things before we go. Silly little soundbite. Before we get to that, I want to explain to you how the show works. So basically, there are the interviews on the channel like we've done tonight, Mondays and Thursdays is what I call a weed nerd world. That's only open to past guests. So that the combination of 836 guests is always welcome. It's just a matter of you wanting to show up or whoever wants to show up. So Mondays and Thursdays, 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock, is basically open to past guests. You want to come out, hang out any Monday or Thursday, the link that I sent you is always good from now on. Just come on, hang out, smoke. You want to tell us about what you're doing? We talk about a wide variety of things: life, conspiracy theories, cannabis. It's not nailed down to any one thing in the weed nerd world. So if you want to come hang out on Monday and Thursday, same link, no invitation needed at this point. You're always welcome. And please take me up on that. We're always looking for new faces, new conversation. You know, passion is what drives this world, and I appreciate your passion. So please keep that link and consider joining us someday on Monday or Thursday.
Can't wait.
So with that being said, yeah, I would love to do a follow-up one-on-one with you someday, you know, just to see where we're at with the power and all that. But Monday and Wednesdays, you're always welcome. The other thing I'd like to get from you is a silly little thing I call the sound bite. My version of it would be, hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 836. You can say whatever you want before or after, as long as that's in there somewhere. I'm more than grateful. And I am ready for that right now, buddy.
Hey, what's up, family? It's Buddy Dalton. I'm live recording with Eagle episode 836. You want to reach me, you got to get to Cloud Cultivation. We can talk all kinds of shit about everything. We'd have a blast. You got to reach us out at 12196 North Saginaw Road in Cloud, Michigan, 48420. That's our zip code. Or you can call us at Energy Freedom Solar, 810-818-7373. Visit us online on the social media channels or website, cloudcultivation.com. You guys keep it smoking out there. Peace and love, family.
Perfect. You know, I have already put the link to the website in the description. The number for Solar Freedom is in the link as well. One of the people in chat was nice enough to look that up and put it in chat long ago. So it's been pinned up in chat as well. So hopefully they do get a hold of you one way or another to help, you know, support us, the community, you, keep you going, keep the doors open. You know, I appreciate you, buddy. And I do thank you for your time and hanging out tonight, brother.
Hell yeah, I've been quiet, dude, just hustling, learning my trade, learning my craft. I wasn't ready to go out and see the world yet with this solar thing. It's difficult to understand how to properly conduct the business and give out a bid and not be a scammer. You got to know what you're doing to be an honest person. So I've already earned that level of knowledge and that credit. My installer, dude, he's been with me about 3 or 4 years. He has 22 years of experience. He's worlds beyond my knowledge. I'll never get that far as Jason Peace. My electrician, he's a master electrician, Rich Helm. I got distribution. I got engineers. Yeah, a team of grant writers, dude. All the people that work at Cloud Cultivation are helping push this business forward. I've got my sons that are 8 and 9. They're going to be the business owners when they get older. Can you believe it? So I've got all these people around me. And just like Cloud Cultivation, that we're not giving up, I'm not going to give up on the Energy Freedom Solar no matter what. So it's just going to be something that's going to have to be accepted in society at some point. And I don't care who I work for. I can't wait to meet you. I can't wait to meet your family. You know, I'm going to put my best foot forward. I'm going to earn a 5-star review one of these days. I'm just going to try to be the best person I can be because it's fun. I don't like to be caught up in things that don't make me feel good. Okay. And I believe in the law of attraction like you. And I know that when you believe in something like that, it can only be possible. The chances of it failing are hardly not even existence. You know, just like Cloud Cultivation, I don't accept not to be Cloud Cultivation. There's just no reason not to be. well, we have become. People enjoy the business to, still. It's just not the frequency and the volume we want, but it's definitely there. It's still magical all day. I mean, the guy that is calling the business is Russ. He's so busy with the growers, he can't even talk to the energy clients. Sometimes he's just helping the growers. So it's a combination of a business right now. It's kind of fun to have two companies at once and have two kids and have a wife and a bunch of my wife's family just moved up here, so we got a bunch of family. It's Man, life is badass. But I was glad to take this time with you, and I respect you, sir. I respect this show. I respect everyone in our community. You know, it's something that I want to see for the rest of my life. So let's get ready. We got a whole year to plan it out. Let's get ready for the 15th anniversary. It'll be in 2025, and let's stick together like sticky buds in the meantime. That's all we can do.
Right on. Again, one last thank you before we go. Thank you to everybody watching. Thank you to everybody that will watch tomorrow. Most importantly, do not forget to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. And with that being said, Mr. Buddy, we are out of here, my friend. You have a wonderful night. Thank you one last time. Peace.
Going to rest with thoughts of the eagle fucking talking shit and the universe behind me. I'm just gonna go